derail the fight against corruption in the health sector. Lawmakers under Kenya Moja demanded that Duale take responsibility for payments made to non-existent hospitals. The lawmakers have accused Duale, the Shah leadership and influential figures from State House of being behind the alleged fraud at the authority, giving these officials 48 hours to resign.
We now demand for the immediate resignation of Honorable Aden Duale, the CS for Health, for number 1, conflict of interest, number 2, complacency. We have uncovered evidence of deep-rooted conflicts of interest. The government has now resorted to arbitrarily reject claims, punishing facilities that raise concerns about Shah.
And with the 20 graves so far being exhumed and 5 more bodies being discovered yesterday, bringing the total number of bodies unraveled in 5 days at Kwabinzaro in Kilifi County to 24, the exercise continues today. Government pathologist Richard Njeri said that they have also exhumed 21 body parts that will be profiled to determine if they match the exhumed bodies.
We also collected many body parts scattered around the perimeters of some of the graves. So those ones will also be processed by DNA to see whether they match any of the bodies that we collected.
Police say that they have talked to residents around the area to work with them so that they can arrest all those who are behind the massacre, with 11 suspects so far been arrested to assist with investigations.
Tumeongea na wananchi to strengthen community policing na nyumba 10. That one is going on in small groups. Wale wote wenye wanakaa karibu na hii shamba pamoja na wale others who are coming from around.
And a total of 14 teenagers, among them 10 boys and 4 girls, were arrested in connection with the rise in juvenile gangs in Umoja, Nairobi, following violent clashes that led to the death of a 15-year-old boy. The minors, aged between 12 and 19, were apprehended in a targeted crackdown by Buruburu-based detectives and later arraigned at the Makadara law courts. Police secured court orders to detain them as investigations continue into the murder of Joshua Kubiti, who succumbed to injuries at Radiant Hospital Umoja after a brutal confrontation captured in a viral social media video. According to the DCI, the teenagers had organized themselves into rival gangs with names such as Chinje, Mbogi, Bad Bunny and Silent. President William Ruto has cautioned widespread corruption at all levels of government as he says it remains the biggest threat to the 2010 Constitution. He warned that Kenyans cannot enjoy the full fruits of the Charter due to pervasive graft within the 3 arms of government, which has weakened the institutions created by the document.
As Parliament performs oversight and demands accountability from others, it must also remain accountable to the people of Kenya. This calls for a candid and honest conversation within Parliament. Shall members be counted among those who demand and enforce accountability, or among those who undermine the Constitution by entrenching corruption and impunity?
And in the international scene, a gunman opened fire on school children attending a church service at Minneapolis, killing 2 pupils and wounding 17 children and adults. City Police Chief Brian O'Hara told a media briefing that the shooter sprayed bullets in the church as dozens of students were at a mass marking their first week back to school. The church sits next to an affiliated Catholic school in southern Minneapolis, the largest city in the Midwestern state of Minnesota. The gunman fired a rifle, shotgun and pistol before he took his own life in the parking lot, according to the police chief. He said the shooter was in his early 20s, did not have an extensive criminal history and was believed to have acted alone. Just a reminder is that the EPL matches continue to be aired across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha and SpiceFM. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that will reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Yo.
What it do?
Okay.
Boom.
Hey, me, I was just that yo. Okay. What?
Yo.
Then the next thing you said is what?
What it do, boo?
Okay, boo sasa ni boo like Casper. Oh, okay, yo. My boo. Oh, my boo. Like in Asha.
Yes.
You know that's the guy who sang that song?
Yeah. Oh, Asha Raymond, you mean?
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah, the breakdancer guy who learned from MJ.
Kid come here.
Yeah, it's MJ who taught Nani.
Who inspired?
Inspired, pretty much.
Okay.
Please ambassador that energy.
We speak forth energy to you.
I receive.
Bless you, bless you, bless you.
I'm blessed this morning.
Muko salama leo asubuhi?
Nashukuru sana.
Thank you, please. EVE. Oi, she's somewhere inside. You know she was standing. Oh, actually now she's sitting.
Now she's sitting.
Okay, now she's standing. How are you this morning? You're fine? I'm even seeing Frank, I'm seeing Joylene, I'm seeing everybody. Good morning, everybody. There's a whole control nerve center inside here where the magic is done. Morning, everybody. And Ruth, just, you know, Ruth, when I see Ruth, I just think of the song, Where You Go, I Go. See, that was Ruth who said that in the Bible. She told Naomi, where you go, I go.
Your people are my people.
Your people are my people. Your God is my God. Such things. So Ruth is telling people what we're doing today, handling things on the digital. Good morning, everybody. Karibu sana. We're into Thursday, the first Friday of the week. Just in case you're wondering what it is, the day after Katiba Day. And the day after many things happened that will fuel conversations that we will have this morning. Where? My friend, roller coaster is the word I can think of.
Jana, I saw something outside Parliament.
Where? My G. Literally my G.
My G.
Where is she now, by the way?
I don't know.
Is she in custody?
I tried to call
Yes, she
her.
was arrested.
Yeah, I don't know if she was now taken into custody. I tried to call her
She was
yesterday.
taken to Central Police Station.
But I don't think she slept
White
there.
Central, there is Parliament Police Station just so
But she was not allowed into Parliament, so why would they now lock her inside Parliament, the place they were stopping her from getting into?
But I'm assuming jurisdiction, it's Parliament Police Station, so she should be taken to...
Friend, Katiba at 15.
Oh, Sawa, yeah, then there was Katiba at 15.
Yes. It's Katiba at 15.
Then also the Chan Trophy came to Standard Group. So you know that happened yesterday. Then the president also said...
Wait, atina mtu hawezi shika hiyo kikombe.
Imagine.
Why?
It's just those two guys, that Tanzanian.
The ambassadors.
You want to put something inside so that your team can win. No,
you can't even touch.
Exactly. That's why we don't want you to touch it. We don't know what you're coming with.
Are we even
You
sure
come
it
with
is the
stained,
actual
clean
trophy
hands.
or a decoy?
No, this is not a decoy, it's the real one.
It's the real thing. That's why there's
it has
such a
to be
big
the real
deal
thing.
around. But you can't
Conspiracy theorists.
Hey, yo, don't joke.
Niliona CEO alienda kuguza.
Wacha. Don't try it, because we don't know what you're putting inside. Don't come with clean hands.
But my opinion, this thing doesn't look pretty.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Ah, okay.
Equal to.
Looks like a hand.
Yeah. I need a razzmatazz.
You know, like we should have at least made a trip down to South Africa, get some diamond, gone to Burkina Faso, get some gold. You know.
Work a diamond and drill gold on this thing. Nazunguka hivi kwa barabara.
So you see, even the ones that the actual World Cup, see that gold was just taken from Africa, so we can do something better with our own.
Oh yeah.
Just saying.
Ni sawa basi.
Mbona sisi tutumie hard steel?
Na tuwezi guza.
Why should you? What's wrong with you people?
Anyway, it's in life.
Bas, it's the 28th of August. Sindo? Yes, it is actually the 28th of August. I've got my dates right. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you for being here this morning. Our audience on KTN, good morning to you. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Dennis Okari, Okoh, Dennis Aseto, with you this morning, getting into a number of conversations that we will today. I shall tell you what those are. And as we get into it this morning, thank you. Thank you for always joining us. At 7 o'clock today, we will have a conversation with Ahmed Hashi, who is a foreign policy expert. Lobbying abroad, struggles at home. Let's talk about it today. Is there a PR firm that has been hired to clean up Kenya's image, as PR firms often do? And why clean up the image? What has been done to stain it in the first place? We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. And then at 8 a.m., Charles Kanjama is an advocate of the High Court. Just this Thursday, our conversation is around the legality of the Panel of Compensation and Rule of Law report. If you are compensating someone, that means you are admitting liability that you have done something, what? Wrong. Abi? Or you're just saying, no, something happened to you, but we as the state, who is the vanguard of the people, we have decided that we will compensate you. What does it mean? What does it all mean? We'll have that conversation at 8 a.m. And then at 9, Engineer Shama Kiteme is the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Okay. Are Kenyan engineers being left behind? Being left behind what? Kenya's infrastructure boom? Let's have a conversation. I remember a couple of years ago, the Association of Kenya Engineers, something forum.
IEK.
Something, yes. They came out with a report and they said, you know what? Whatever you people are teaching in school, because it's not working and we're not going to allow it. Remember, engineering is a profession of solutions.
True.
And they were not able, the crop of engineers that were being allowed into the market apparently were not offering what?
Solutions.
So they said, something is wrong.
Are you trying to say that?
Who was given the responsibility to be sort of like a leader, chairperson of engineers? There was a name.
Aisha Jumwa.
Yes. What happened to that?
See, she's still there.
Okay. And then you're saying engineers are saying what?
They're not solution provider. They're part of the problem.
We have a problem. We need to because we're not understanding.
But you know, it's a conversation, because I remember even when the UN Towers was coming up, it is the Chinese who built it. Then again, it's from an institution that brings up all these engineers. So why not use your very own to construct the towers? It was a conversation that kept on coming up. And then again, if you hear what IEK is saying, perhaps that's true.
Well, let's see. After the 5-year course, which is engineering in Kenya is a 5-year course. After you do that, then you do. Well, we'll find out from them what happens thereafter. But at that time, they were saying that, no, we have a problem. So let's see where that conversation takes us this morning. Sawa. All right. What are the Seshaloa saying this morning?
Seshaloa this morning, it's just going to be an easy one today. And I think it also stems from what we saw yesterday in terms of the team that came through and pushed things for us to have that baraza. So today I give them their flowers. And teamwork works. That's the proverb today. Teamwork works.
Okay.
That's the proverb.
Yeah.
Teamwork works.
Yeah.
See, teamwork works. Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Shiloh are very easy people.
Apparently.
Why? Any day start to Wakangalia.
Teamwork.
Guys, let's think.
Works.
Let's think of another proverb. Let's think. Come up with an idea. Teamwork works. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's write it down.
Twendeni home.
Next.
Yeah. And it's actually even written in Sishalua. It's just that I can't.
There's no mystery in it. It's
straight and direct.
Oh, the whole point is just hiding it in plain sight.
Yeah.
Teamwork works. Kidole kimoja kivunji chawa. In Swahili.
Kabisa.
Yeah, but at least Swahili walitumia chawa na kidole.
Yeah, only teamwork and it works.
You know chawa?
No.
Tick.
Tick, like correct, or tick like
the
infestation
insect, I think.
It's
an insect.
So one finger can't.
It's a parasite.
Yeah, so one finger can't
kill it.
Yeah.
You need two.
You need two to squeeze it.
Yeah.
You've never squeezed it?
No.
Have you been around cows?
No, but my mom has 8 dogs, so so we had to
pull them.
There's a
like a tweezer, so something.
Yeah, kind of like that you pull them out with, and then you had to crush them with a stone.
Oh, so you've never crushed that thing with your fingers?
That's disgusting. It's a parasite.
No, as kids, we used to do that.
That's gross.
It used to be so much fun.
That's disgusting.
Like pop.
Why not just take a dog, wash it?
So of course we used to use the tick powder and all of that, but then sometimes they would get to places whereby you have to
pull them out
with a thing.
Okay.
Did you ever go to a school with where you ever saw bed bug or bed bugs?
Excuse me?
Oh, you know what bed bugs are?
Stop it.
No, I'm just asking. You know, people of group of schools, eh? You've never suffered this thing.
Have you ever seen
bugs?
one?
You've ever seen a bed bug?
Oh, stop it. I think so, yes.
Have you ever experienced it?
Or in a movie? live. Oh my God.
Have you experienced it?
What, bed bugs?
Yeah.
In my bed?
Not in your bed, in your skin. You could pick it anywhere, even in a taxi.
No.
That's what you did in high school?
Not high school. I experienced it in a bus going to Migori, my friend. That's how I moved.
Wait, those buses, because nafunga na blada.
No. Actually, it was a new bus. I don't want to mention the name, but it's a common one. The new one, the white yellow one. You know it.
Yeah.
So I've boarded the bus at around 9:30. We've just left Westlands.
This story needs an instrumental.
I start hearing things. I've never experienced a bed, so I'm just like, why am I itchy?
Where are you itchy?
No, please. Hey.
No, that was on my neck.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it was my neck. Just so we know, I was scratching my neck. You know, from Mini, and then like you touch here, it moves to this other side. That was a long journey. By the time I was getting to Narok, I booked a room, looked for a bathroom, removed everything, and looked for that thing.
You knew what it was, so you're just looking for it.
No, I was just like, what is this thing? Because it keeps moving. That was my first encounter with it.
And I'm alone.
That thing ugly, bro. Hey.
It's so ugly.
It's so ugly.
I once visited a friend's farm. They're keeping chicken, ducks, turkey, all kinds of things. So just walked into the farm, then left, then went to my place. Alafu sijui kwa nini hayumi mchana vizuri. That thing, like it waits for you when it's dark.
Yes.
It's like a vampire or something.
True.
That's when it comes out. The things I was feeling. Kifua moto. I'm scratching. Yeah. And then it has a burning sensation.
It's a burning sensation.
It's terrible.
Before you know it, it's like it's like a bump.
See, these are my questions. I never question God.
Yeah.
I don't question God. But in this instance, I have
Why?
to ask him.
Why did God create a bed bug?
Yeah. Why? Like, okay, frogs I get because they can eat the insects. But why would you create a bed bug? What's its purpose? Because we know that everything should have a purpose on this earth. What's the purpose of, like, a bed bug?
I mean, I think for me, it's warning signs. It's a signal that perhaps where you are is a dirty place, and you need to do something about it. So in terms of if it's dirty and you don't see it, God will make you see it and feel it.
Okay. God woke up with a sense of humor. It's like,
let me punish these people.
Guys. Let me send something I see. Like you're scratching.
Yeah.
And then, you know, bed bugs and cockroaches.
Yeah, exactly.
Ato kilipua bomb. You know those things don't die.
Don't die. Apparently, if a nuclear bomb was to drop, the only survivors would be the cockroaches.
And those bed bugs, they don't die. Those things.
Yeah, they don't die. No, but bed bugs, you deal with the steam. If you have steam cleaner or whatever,
that you know all this information, I'm a bit worried.
That kills them. No, after that day,
you found
I had to look at how to deal with them, because by the time I was getting home, I told my mom. My mom was like, by the time you're getting here, there will be hot water. Please make sure you remove your clothes outside and dip them in that hot water.
Anyone who's ever had a bed bug experience, it's a terrible experience.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well that's pretty.
You feel dirty, you know, you feel, okay, what's going on?
I've been bitten by red ants though on a camping trip.
Oh, wow, you were camping?
Shut up.
On a camping
I don't
trip.
even know. Stop it. So let's say hi to people this morning.
How was that a camping trip and where were you?
She was bitten.
She was bitten.
Red ants.
By red ants.
Red ants in a camping trip.
Yeah.
She was inside a tent.
Let me greet people because
and the next time you'll hear, oh, there's a lion that came.
Yeah. And outside, what did I see? There were scorpions. I've never seen a scorpion, have you?
But I have actually.
Oh, wow.
No, come on.
Our problems are different.
I've actually seen a scorpion. By the way, that thing is not funny. And they're usually in like dry areas, and you wouldn't know. By the time you step on it, and its tail curves up like this. Proper. So what was I doing?
Camping trip.
No, I was.
But you were never stung.
Sorry?
You were never stung by a
No.
The experiences when you're bitten, stung.
Oh, that's the experience.
Those are the experiences.
I've been
of
stung
life.
by a bee, a hornet, actually.
Okay.
A bee.
The cousin of the bee. That
the
thing
queen came for you.
Omo. That thing is not funny. It's painful.
You know, once I did that, I did a terrible. You know, growing up, you do some terrible things.
I know.
What are these things called? They're not bees. What are they called?
Wasps. Yeah.
So they were hanging outside our house, and I'm looking at this thing, and every time my sisters would pass by, anybody who passes by, you're scared because the buzzing sound. So one day I decided, you know what? Let me boil some hot water.
See what happens.
Then I put some hot water in a container. Then I went quickly, then poured the hot water to melt the whole thing. Well, a couple of them died. One didn't. It bit me on my back. I almost removed all my clothes running around the streets. It was madness.
It's painful.
It stung my back, my friend. I was feeling everywhere. My whole back. I didn't realize, wait a minute. What am I doing?
You have removed
everything.
You remind me of a day.
Maddening.
A day we were going to church, yeah. And there was this kid who was playing next to an anthill. So before he knew it, all the ants had entered his body. So we're going to church and this kid is screaming like, what's up? So this kid is like, Hapa. He. So the only thing we thought of, I think we thought real quick, we just stripped him naked and took him home. So those clothes I think remained there. We saw those clothes out there for like the next 2 weeks. They were never picked because ants. Yeah.
The experiences of life, I'm telling you. So the Seshabla said what?
Seshabla, teamwork.
Makes the dream
and those
work.
things have good teamwork.
They do.
When they gang up against you. Those two small things.
Hey, it's over.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Don Sabo is asking me to, good morning, Andrew. Ask who the funders of the National Hospital Equipment did what? How are you, Ndu, Aseto, and Okari?
Salama.
Tell him more questions are coming. Okari, more questions are coming to you from Don Sabo. Sawa. I'm just telling you.
I think this is it about medical equipment again?
Yeah. This one was about medical
It makes me
equipment.
feel like I'm part of a cartel. Like
That you would know these things. So he said more questions are coming.
Okay.
So, is that me or somebody? Okay. So, good morning, Spice, says Hisa Daniel. Rogers Nyanga is tuned in. I know you guys have heard of our travails. This is the stuff that makes it happen, isn't it? And now you... Rogers Nyanga is also tuned in this morning, watching from Voi. Peter Kiarie tuned in from Mombasa, says people who introduce you to new ways of thinking and new ways of seeing life are so important. I agree. Monica Oile tuned in this morning from Ottawa. Robert Bogo is also here from Mombasa. Shisha is the biggest scam in Kenya to enrich few individuals. Listening from Luxembourg is Isaac Nderitu. Desmond Ortiz is tuned in and says Happy Katiba Day. That was yesterday, but okay. Peter Gitao says good morning. It's a beautiful day. Hey, bless the day indeed. Jimmy Gakio says good morning, Team Spice. Hello, Ndu Dennis and Aseto, says Leo. Princess, of course. Yesterday's speech was a circus and an insult to the motherland. In the constitution itself, the biggest violator of Katiba is asking for it to be a what?
Honored and respected.
Honored and respected. Yes. Bonjour à tous. Je suis ici, ma sœur Ndu. That is Agola. She says, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Nia Carol Nyambura tuned in this morning and says, Nawapenda sana. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Bernardito is tuned in this morning and says, it's time, high time, Kenyans embrace the referendum to change laws in our constitution. Okay. Ongani Malala says, good morning, Ndu and Dennis Squared. At least the president is talking about corruption. Now let him act. Sindio. Bangi Juma's tuned in this morning. How are you? We are fine. Jennifer Ateni says, I am here once again. I love the way you introduce yourself. Good morning. Kavoy Felix is tuning in this morning. Atieno, good morning. Tuning from Siaya, ready to hear what happened while we were asleep. We are telling you just now. Thanks, Ndu and D2. Asante Sana. Dr. Venvik is tuning from Tudor. Ken Kagai says, good morning. Thanks for taking charge of the morning. Forever grateful. Ken, thank you for being here to make it possible. Monica Joroge says, good morning. Nakuru is listening. Boga Kelvin says, good morning, guys. I hope of all the people in this chat will make an effort to remember that in 2027, to vote wisely, don't make a mistake again. I'm sure everyone is experiencing some hard times. Sindio? Duke says, good morning. Silas Akala is tuned in this morning and says, the promise of Kenya we want starts from the preamble. We, the people of Kenya. Absolutely. David Magera says, good morning. I want to recognize all those working behind the cameras. I'm telling you, these are some special people. If we are seeing you again, think he has even given you 3 thumbs up. Don't ask me how she has 3 thumbs. We'll keep it moving. George Mariga says, good morning from Naivasha. Patrick Mutinda is here this morning. Jared Dolan is tuned in and says, someone got new glasses. It's a story, man. S. Mora says, good morning, wherever you're tuned in from. God richly bless Kenya and her beautiful people. Amina. Iregiwa Johi, tuning from Mombasa. Hello, cleaning the chicken's legs is our business. Okay, Dan Steele. Not sure what you're doing with that, but okay. Christina A says, good morning. Agutu Ogembo is tuned in and says, good morning. The sisters, good morning, D&D and family. Fiery Red says, good morning. And Daniel Andama says, good morning, D&D. Thika Road, Tuko fine. Have a good day. And to you too. So they've decided that chawa is lice and kupe is tick. Sijui, but yeah. Nahashon says, good morning, tuned in from All Kalau. Chema Chaijuiza. Chaijuiza, okay.
Chema Chaijuiza, kibaya cha Tembeza.
Ndio hiyo. Fire Red, good morning. Antonina, we see you. Kihika, she says that chawa is not tick. Tick is the one for cows. Chawa is for dogs. Chicken. In our language, it's called thua. Remember the English name. Thua. The 2000 says, which... 2000, good morning. Adu Onyango says, good morning. Duke is also here. Dr. Venvik, we see you. Nicholas Cahill is an ardent listener tuned in. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. David Mangera says, good morning. God can use anything to fight for his people. My dear, I actually do believe that. For sure. Ambassador Zia Beja is tuned in this morning from Paddington and says, SpiceFM, very insightful. Asante Sana. Joyce, good morning to you and thank you so much. David Mangera says, good morning. Knock, knock. And we say, who's there, Melbourne? Good morning to you. John Gishoke says, good morning. Hi, Ndu and Dennis 1 and 2. Haven't watched TV news for long. Why? Because then now, Mr. Okari is on the news. He was there last time.
Oh, they were watching?
A lot.
Okay.
Properly. Duke is saying, Ndu, people in all Rongai are being exploited by the government. What happened? Tell us. What did they do? Mtuflani, good morning to you. Yesterday was awesome. Aseto was too happy at the Baraza corner. Thank you so much, guys. It was great to do. And let's see how we can keep these conversations going. Waiting for the big conversation, says Thomas Omosa. And CPA Amkoa Jr. is tuned in. This morning we see you. Aramu is also here. And now you guys are starting to have a conversation amongst yourselves. Fantastic. Let's keep it going, guys. Thank you for being here this morning. Joyce, you are so sweet. Thank you very much. We'll continue with things. And let's take a look at this news that is making the headlines today. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the front cover says, what? The Untouchables. Aden Duale has built a career thriving on controversy and is now presiding over a ministry mired in ghost hospitals and fraudulent payouts. The Social Health Authority chairman, Abdi Mohammed, is equally at the center of a multi-billion shilling scam, with MPs linking him to phantom facilities and shady payments. Together, the two epitomize a culture of impunity where public outrage never translates into accountability. Even as lawmakers demand their resignations, the duo stand insulated by proximity to power, unshaken and unrepentant. It's interesting because then we started to see all over socials yesterday folks who were maybe aligned to a certain side speaking out. Nairobi woman rep Esther Pasari said, come on guys, this one, we cannot allow it to continue like this. If this is true, we need to fix it. And we saw other people from Wakili Willis Otieno across board to Boni Khalwale saying, you guys, if this is what it looks like, we can't. Interestingly enough, we did hear the president speak out yesterday, and he said that the reason why you are starting to see these things come out is because we did the hard work of digitization of the system. Had we not done that, you would not have been able to hear these stories that they are phantom hospitals or ghost patients. But it is because of the work that we did, and that's why you see these things today. We can talk about that in a bit. But the Kitutu Chache South Member of Parliament, Anthony Kibagendi, this is the quote that he carried. We demand the resignation of CS Aden Duale and chairman of SHA. We also want a commission of inquiry into SHA within 48 hours. If this is not done, we will call on all Kenyans to act. This level of impunity and theft cannot go unchallenged. That's the big headline on the Standard today. Another one which was big, drama as police block or Woba. Former nominated senator's efforts to gain access to the Senate to present her reinstatement papers following a court ruling hit a dead end after a confrontation with the police who dragged her away. That did actually happen yesterday. We'll look into details of that. Standard Group staff celebrate Chan Trophy. That made its way yesterday. Our good friend Elisha Ongoya is representing the by motion impeached governor of Kericho County, Dr. Mutai. Impeachment motion, a political conspiracy to oust me is what he's saying. So that continues. We will prosecute individuals and hospitals behind Shah Million scandal. That's what the president had to say about that. Many more stories making the headlines in the Standard today. We'll look into some of those. Let's look into the Nation.
Yeah, the Daily Nation, the big headline, a new bid to amend the Constitution. On the 15th anniversary of the Constitution, politicians revived the campaign to amend the Charter, rekindling previous failed attempts, including one fronted by the former government that was scuttled by the Supreme Court. That has to be the BBI. Now, teachers' medical cover concerns as deal nears expiry, constrained access to service and fraud have emerged as major grievances under the medical insurance scheme for teachers as the contract nears expiry on November 30th. A consortium led by Minet Kenya has twice won the tender. Now, there is the courting game that is happening in the US, and it is worth a billion shillings. Now, latest disclosures by the US Department of Justice show Kenyan leaders are increasingly engaging lobbyists to curry favor with President Donald Trump's administration ahead of presidential elections, emulating their predecessors. Who are we talking about? We're talking about President William Ruto, businessman Jimmy Njeri, former CS Fred Matiang'i, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, ODM leader Raila Odinga. And also matters to do with Shah looters will face full force of the law, says President William Ruto. Again, another related matter with regard to Shah biometric flows forces hospitals to switch to password verification. Now, this is after the CS unveiled a biometric system 3 weeks ago. We also have pictures here as Kenyans observed Katiba Day yesterday. We also had the conversations and the need to start thinking of amending the constitution. Leaders at crossroads as push to amend supreme law mounts. These and other stories on the Daily Nation this morning. And on Katiba at 15, on human rights, country takes 2 steps forward and 1 back. Yes, so Okari, what do you have on the Star?
Okay, a couple of stories here. So the front page headline, Shake Up, New Law Paves Way for NSE Listing of Parastatals. A story on page 4 and page 5 of the Star, where KAA, KPA, Kenya Railways to join KPC in public offer. A couple of interesting things going in there. But MPs demand resignation of CS Duale over Shah scandal. And then bottom there, opposition and Ruth marshal forces for 2027 showdown. So this opposition and Ruth marshalling forces is the main political story in the paper. But La Nina to suppress short rain. So most parts of the country will receive below average rain between October and December this year, partly due to weak La Nina that is currently developing. So the rains will also come late. Okay, so the latest forecast by the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center shows most parts of eastern and northern Kenya will likely be drier and hotter than normal. So if you're coming from those regions or you're farming from in those regions, this is the news. So the October to December period, also known as the short rain season, contributes up to 70% of annual rainfall in some areas, making it critical for food production. So the technical statement released in a forum, 71st Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum in Nairobi, said there is a 55% probability that the entire central and eastern Kenya will be drier than average. Where? So, hakutakuwa kuzuri sana. Okay. We go to the shake-up story of the new law paving way for NSE listing of parastatals. So the government is pushing a law that would see key parastatals privatized and listed on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. So the government-owned enterprises bill 2025, sponsored by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, would pave the way for the next wave of initial public offers in the country. While the immediate goal is to impose commercial discipline and remove political interferences in the management of the enterprises, it has the implication of easing the sale. For starters, the state-backed bill proposes that all new government-owned enterprises must be established under the Companies Act. It also provides that all existing state corporations be reconstituted as public liability companies, with the laws establishing them as parastatals set to be repealed. Among the state corporations set for conversion to companies are Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Airports Authority, the Kenya Railways Corporation, Kenya Literature Bureau, Agricultural Development Corporation, Agriculture Finance Corporation, and KICC. They're all set for the conversion. The National Cereals and Produce Board, National Housing Corporation, Post Corporation of Kenya, and so on and so forth. So the bill seeks to repeal the laws establishing the listed state corporations, setting them up for now major restructuring. Okay. So we're converting these into companies. Now, another story here. There's a new bill seeking mandatory solar zones in buildings. So developers of new buildings will be required to set aside zones for the installation of solar energy systems under a proposed law aimed at promoting environmental sustainability and climate resilience. I know Aseto will be excited about this kind of stories. So the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill 2025 seeks to establish green building practices and enhance resilience against climate change risks. Okay. MCA's compiled charges in push to impeach Sakaja. At least 10 charges being drafted. Signature collection expected to start. MPs give CS Duale 48 hours to resign over Shah scandal. They say evidence points to a grand cover-up involving ghost hospitals, duplicate clinics.
Okay.
Nikome hapo kwa sasa.
Acha nikwambie hii story sasa.
Yes.
Calls mount to rather for CS to resign over Shah scam. I guess segueing from that you talked about, it's in the Standard, and I think quite a number of our dailies are carrying them. deep-rooted conflicts of interest at the Ministry of Health and muzzling of some of the agencies could lead to the loss of millions of shillings, if it hasn't already. Health sector players familiar with the details point fingers at Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale, demanding he takes full responsibility over the pilferage of government resources. So it's clear that there was something going on, that you cannot have money. Remember that one room we talked about on Monday, Aseto, where I don't know if you knew, Okari, but there is a room.
Yes.
It's supposed to be a clinic, dispensary, something. It's one room. On paper, this is a level 4. All right, but it is one room according to what people have seen with their eyes. But on paper, this one room holds 15 ward beds. Okay, it holds 4 maternity beds and 2 critical health beds, kind of like would be your ICU,
and several general ward
beds as well. So I don't know, but unless have you seen those videos where those people make miniature things? Maybe it's one of those. But on paper, this room is a hospital and it caters to people with all of those amenities, and it's been receiving money. But the people went to the place and they said it's not possible that this place is the same one that's on paper. So those are some of the things that are coming through. Others claim that top officials at the ministry are part of the individuals benefiting from the mess. So it's possible that they are the ones who own these ramshackles and are actually calling them medical facilities. Insiders claim that people close to the center of power have interests in pharmaceutical and technology companies, including the recently launched National Equipment Service Program that replaced medical equipment services. Remember MESS?
Yes.
MESS, where everybody went through the whole mess, and then Senate came out and told us, there are people who are culpable, but are we going to name them? No. So what happened to that mess? It died. So it continues. One of the consortiums providing service under the digital superhighway, handling health information exchange and digital registry, allegedly has strings with the top ministry official, said an insider. Ministry staff also told the Standard that the Digital Health Authority, though it is a government agency, subcontracted private companies to do the work. According to a ministry official, not somebody from Pluto, when Duale has been what Duale has been doing as a minister is giving more prominence to the DHA, which is the Digital Health Authority, over the SHA, which is the Social Health Authority, in terms of processing of payments and claims, which in turn is exposing all claims processing to private companies. Yesterday, Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association of Kenya chairperson Brian Lishenga accused Duale of failing to manage the ministry. He came into the ministry and declared himself a bulldozer. It is this that has made him fail, because he, instead of building systems, he has been destroying systems. He has not allowed other officers in the ministry to perform their roles. We see this coupled with what a member of the Health Committee, Anthony Kibagendi, also said. He said, you know what? This thing is probably the biggest scam we've ever seen, and it's happening under the cover of daylight, in broad daylight, right under our noses. And in 48 hours, you must tell us what's going on. You don't tell us what's happening, we will tell Kenyans that they will demand. This is all happening when the president said, you know what, these things that we're seeing, they're a good thing. Why? Because the DHA, remember the DHA that Aden Duale now is supposedly focusing on, the digitization of our systems is what is rooting out these scammers and thieves, and we will deal with them to the letter of the law. We will arrest people. We will get our money back. So it is because of digitization, that's why we're actually seeing these things.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. One day in 2020, during COVID, the then CS, who's now the agriculture CS, Mutai Kagwe,
yes,
during a press briefing, stood outside Afya House, Kidole Kimoja, pointed at the building. And what did he say?
Mafia House.
We will deal with all the cartels.
There are many cartels in this building.
Yes.
He vowed to dismantle them.
He said he would.
Before Kagwe, there was still the story of cartels. That's why it was nicknamed Mafia House.
Mafia House.
When I was doing COVID Millionaires 2020, at night, there are senior officials in that ministry who do night meetings.
Okay.
Outside working, office working hours. And this was not something that was being done with the awareness of the CS, by the way. These are people who are doing meetings, and they're discussing how the distribution of PPEs will happen, where, and when you talk about cartels, they are human beings. Cartels are not si mawaya, si mkuta, si mawe. These are people who understand and manage the systems. So if you look at the predecessors, if you're to tell a story of that building and the people in it, if you go back 10 years, 15 years, the ghosts that you will encounter there. So it's not a surprise that Douala is going through this. The thing is this. I've seen situations, and actually yesterday there's a friend who told me, look, we were actually trying to pay a bill at KNH with SHA, and actually SHA paid 500K for that bill. So there are instances where SHA is working, but there are also many instances when it does not work. The question is, there are people behind these systems. The problem is not technology.
True.
It's human beings.
It is.
Who are behind these things, whether at senior level, middle level, or junior level, who will ensure, how we are sitting in this studio here. How do we sit as outsiders and imagine, guys, you know what? Let's turn this studio into a level 4 hospital.
We can, after all.
Beds. Yeah, let's convert this to a level 4. Then Aseto comes up with an idea. How many beds do you want us to have?
48
beds. What do you think, HDU?
Mini pharmacy just here.
A mini pharmacy. Then I'll think, let's have 6 ICU. Fully equipped.
Yeah.
Let's even have an X-ray machine.
And then we name it. And then we can name it also.
We name it Okoh, Aseto, health facility or whatever.
Level 4 hospital.
How do you get a license? How do you get into the system of the Ministry of Health? How do you get connected to the accounts where money is disbursed to come to this Okoh, Aseto health facility, and you're enjoying not thousands, millions. Gobble up millions. So the connection is there are people within the system who understand the system, who manipulate the system.
Absolutely. They're on the payroll of this scam.
And you see, when you talk about the people, these people understand the system so well that they know who to talk to on ground to clear the way for them. Because remember, we have the SHA authority officers at the grassroots level who corroborate the system as well. So these people understand the entire infrastructure and know how to clean it up.
Zimefungwa, by the way, just the other day.
Mutaikaga alingangana. Dealing with cartels that were fleecing the COVID-19 funds. Now we're talking about SHA. Before SHA, there was NHF. Before NHF, there are too many ghosts.
There are too many
ghosts,
and
house.
there are too many cooks. Stirring this broth. You have to ask yourself, how is it possible that in less than 3 years you have had 3 cabinet secretaries in one ministry?
It tells you there's a problem.
There's a problem,
friend. I have a question.
And maybe, and just maybe, I'm just saying, just maybe. Maybe Tashida see Douala. I'm just saying.
But that's exactly what I'm saying.
The problem
it's
is
not possible
Douala.
that this problem came. How long has he been CS? It has not been a year. It has not been 6 months. It has not. He has not been in that position for 6 months. Nahumicha, and then Baraza, and then now he. Come on.
I have the question. In a country where we have very good NIS and very good DCI sleuths, you want to tell me the government cannot just deploy these individuals to find out where the problem is and deal with it? Or is it that the people in the leadership are also part of the
Do you
cartel?
remember what Kioni told us yesterday? We were sitting in Parliament 10 years ago, and there's this thing that came that could possibly let us know or allow us to essentially fry ourselves. What's that thing they say? Nguruwe inafanyaga nini?
Inanikanga na mafuta yake.
Bas, do you think really that government is going to now investigate what essentially government is doing?
Thank you.
Ask yourself that question.
Thing is,
and I don't think it's a Douala problem. This is not a Douala issue. This thing, if Kagwe, during the time of COVID, by the way, Kagwe had been CS for 1 week. 1 week. He was attending a malaria conference when the first case of COVID found its way into Kenya. He had been CS for a week under Uhuru Kenyatta. And this thing hit him. It was a week before that he made that statement on the stairs of Afia House, and he said, the cartels inside here, we should do what? We shall finish them. Gafla Benvu, he turned like this. COVID is in Kenya. it went like that. We just finished COVID. Before you know, Dennis Aseto is now inside KEMSA looking for COVID millionaires.
Dennis
We
Okari.
finished. Dennis Okari is inside looking for COVID millionaires. We finished. COVID is over. Then now, new president. They said there is Shah. Baraza told us that it is not us. It is Safaricom. Baraza told us that it is Safaricom who is handling Shah.
Shah, yeah.
Now here we are. This is after Nahumicha came in and said we are changing things. Before Nahumicha could say what was going on, doctors had struck here. Before she even finished, she's no longer a CS. Baraza comes in confused as anything. Before she's done, she's out. Duale has it's the back end of the ministry is where the problem is.
We know where the problem is.
It's not the CS.
This neck has wound itself around that building, extended itself to. You remember Kagwe as he's still dealing with this COVID fraud thing and the procurement supply chain there. Then he targeted KEMSA. How many times has KEMSA changed?
Yes.
Indeed.
It's how many?
Yeah.
And we still have issues.
Yeah. CEO removed. Mulwa was there, came out. That other auntie was there. They brought her out. Then Irungu was there, brought him out. Come on.
We know where the problem is. We just don't want to deal with
There was a time, guys. There was a time at Kenya Revenue Authority where there were leakages. So to seal the leakages, and remember there were time officers were getting arrested because DCI were embedded within the teams working at Times Towers. And what happened? People are getting arrested. People are actually being arraigned in courts.
Yep.
Thing is, and this is DCI. So this is government saying, look, enough is enough. So what you're going to do, we'll send Aseto into this studio. Aseto will act as a host in this program. But Aseto is collecting intelligence. So at this specific time, these are the conversations that Ndo and Okari normally have at this time. But he's one of us. You get? So the thing is, the president has said, and is broken in his silence over this scandal, and he has said, we will prosecute individuals and hospitals behind Shah Million scandal. Me, the problem I have is we have too many we will. We need to have a conversation. Don't even tell us you will. Wake up one morning and tell us, do a press briefing. We wake up, breaking news. We have.
Remember yesterday what was said by the individuals we had in studio? Do your job and shut up.
And it's not as though you don't want to. I remember when Uhuru Kenyatta, when there were pylons for, who does distribution? Kenyan. And there was an issue about the pylons. Before you could say Jack's your uncle, these guys had been arrested, they had been arraigned in court. And it wasn't even them who were responsible for the scrap metal that was coming as a result of those pylons having been broken down. And then you start to see that power is lost because of this scrap metal business that was thriving. What did Uhuru Kenyatta say? Number one, ban the thing. Number two, these guys arrested. Before evening, those guys had been arrested. They had been brought to court the next day. So it is not for lack of ability to move. But this thing, and you would be surprised that the people who are benefiting from this thing are so far up the chain that it would shock you. That's why Kibagendi is saying, you guys, this thing is a lot bigger than we actually see. And so if you don't sort it out, we are going to continue having a problem. The thing is going to fall apart.
Yeah, the example you've given of Uhuru banning the scrap metal business. Remember what happened immediately? Because I remember along Gong Road, there is that barrier.
Yeah.
People used to go away with them every other time. But the moment the president made that decision, infrastructure in the Republic remained. That's what we need to happen today. Work. Push people, rattle heads.
We need to bring back the ile sentence ya kufungwa kunyongwa
na viboko mbili.
Let me tell you, if the president himself appears frustrated and he's actually saying ile wizi iliyoangusha NHIF mpaka kukakuwa na madeni ya bilioni, well, say 30 billion, haiwezi kufanyika kwa SHA. Well, it's ongoing.
It's already happening.
So who are these people who are so daring that whoever you bring how powerful are these people that even the head of state is saying, look, we will deal. Tunaingia election next year. We will still be dealing.
Just deal.
And you have hospitals that have actually been named. Some of the hospitals that have already been suspended. A couple of hospitals that have been suspended. But The question is, we have already closed up to 100 facilities, and we will not stop with that exercise. Go beyond closing.
Gachagua is asking, how do you close something that didn't exist?
Oh, that one-roomed hospital.
Sasa unafunga nini? It was never there. You see like our hospital here.
Yeah.
But when you visit the hospital, it's a Spice studio. Lakini kwa kitabu.
Yeah.
Kwa kitabu, kuna ni?
Tumetibu.
Yeah.
Wagonjwa.
20,000 Kenyans.
Yeah, 20 million is in the account. But for all purposes, it remains the Spice studio. I'm telling you guys. We're living in the theater of the absurd.
Patients walimeza dawa wakapona.
Kabisa. Morning, 7 a.m.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has admitted that there's been fraud in SHA, but insists that the insurance skull must work. Ruto, however, maintains that the government will go after those who are stealing from SHA.
So, watch this space. SHA is going to work because we are going to eliminate fraud. We are not going to stop at closing the facilities. We are also going to make sure that they refund the money if ever they have been paid. Ile wizi iliangusha NHIF mpaka kukakuwa na madeni ya bilioni 30. Haiwezi kufanyika ndani ya SHA.
He adds that the digitization process of SHA has played a big role in dealing with corruption cases in the system.
The digitization process of SHA is what is making us to detect all the fraudulent claims, all the ghost hospitals, and all the fake patients.
This comes as this month alone 85 facilities have been suspended by SHA due to fraudulent claims. Also, Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale says some members of Parliament own health facilities flagged in the recent Social Health Authority payment claims saga. In a statement responding to lawmakers calling for his censure, Duale accused them of blackmail and attempts to derail the fight against corruption in the health sector. Lawmakers under Kenya Moja demanded that Duale take responsibility for payments made to non-existent hospitals. The lawmakers have accused Duale, the SHA leadership and influential figures from State House of being behind the alleged fraud at the authority.
We now demand for the immediate resignation of Honorable Aden Duale, the CS for Health, for number 1, conflict of interest, number 2, complacency. We have uncovered evidence of deep-rooted conflicts of interest. The government has now resorted to arbitrarily reject claims, punishing facilities that raise concerns about SHA.
The Kenyan National Union of Nurses has warned of a nationwide disruption of health services should counties fail to absorb universal health coverage staff on permanent and pensionable terms beginning September 1st of this year. NAN Secretary General Seth Panyako, reacting to remarks by Council of Governors Health Committee Chairperson Mudhomi Njuki, who opposed the directive by Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale, maintained that the directive must be implemented.
We are telling them that if this conversion does not take from 1st of September, we will camp at the headquarters of all governors in this country until those letters are issued. I heard the governor for Tharaka-Nithi Njuki saying that he wants the money fast, resources fast, then UHC can be converted. I want to remind him that the Constitution and the County Government Act are very clear. The Constitution says resources follow functions. So the function of transferring this UHC staff to permanent and pensionable must happen fast, then the resources will follow.
And the Ministry of Education has initiated reforms aimed at helping universities and teacher training institutions align their curricula and teaching methods with a competency-based education system. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migos has said that the government is committed to implementing the plan to ensure that teachers and lecturers acquire the necessary skills to implement the system.
We have initiated reforms in teacher training colleges, including moving from certificates to diploma training and aligning the curriculum to competency-based education. We have also put in place mechanisms to upskill in-service teachers on competency-based education. One of the things that this forum has to do is to consider best practices on how teacher training institutions, particularly universities, can align curriculum and teaching methodologies with a competency-based education framework.
He also called on education stakeholders to collaborate in formulating policies that will facilitate the effective implementation of the system.
Let's leave this conference affirming that we say competence or competency, the nation should seek capable graduates, not just complicated jargon. In other words, when you say you have produced a competent graduates, that should be demonstrated in the classroom, that they have actually been trained and they are competent.
Well, be sure to keep enjoying the EPL marches on our radio stations, that is Beru Radio, Radio Maisha, as well as here on SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruth.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings Stories done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this Thursday morning. Getting into more conversations today, and so welcome to that. You've heard about them before, but let me tell you, guys, Cradle. It's Africa's largest study abroad platform and making comeback this morning. It's helping students get matched and enrolled into 575 of the top universities in 50 destinations. It's the most diverse collection of universities available to Kenyans under one roof. So, unlike traditional study abroad agents, they've got few universities here pushing students to them. Cradle uses a university matchmaker tool, of course powered by AI, and you get to the website and you give and you get transparent, unbiased advice, so every student finds their best fit university and study destination. So you go in there, tell them a little bit about yourself, and then they match you to the best. To support students every step of the way, they're team expert counselors. They help students. They are shortlisting universities, securing discounts and partial scholarships. They're making university applications and securing offer letters very quickly, assisting in study visa applications and students' accommodations. You can do this. Aseto, I know that you're studying at the moment and I wonder how you got matched. But you know what? Students and parents can also get face-to-face interactions with university representatives, tailored guidance, and you have some of the universities such as Constructor University, Dublin City University, Curtin College, Burnell University in London, and many more exciting study destinations in the UK, Australia, Germany, Ireland, Canada, and many more. Well, guess what? There is a fair. It's happening in Nairobi on the 13th of September from 9 to 4 at the Movenpick Hotel. There's another one in Mombasa happening on the 8th of September from 9 to 4 in Mombasa at the City Blue Hotel. And there's another one in Eldoret on the 10th of September happening from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Boma Inn in Eldoret. So remember that. 8th September, Mombasa at the City Blue Hotel. 13th of September, 9 to 4 in Nairobi, and the 10th of September, 9 to 4 in Eldoret. Call 0799 000 444. Attendance is free, but invite only. Secure your spot today. It's not just another fair, it's your chance to own your future. Don't miss the Cradle Study Abroad fairs in Mombasa, Eldoret, and Nairobi this September. More about that when we come back. Secure your wealth. Aseto?
Yeah, we need to secure our wealth. And remember, every time we talk about securing your wealth, we say there has never been a better time for you to secure your wealth other than now. And if it's not now, we keep saying, kama si sasa, ni sasa hivi now. The Standard Chartered Priority Banking is here to ensure that you're able to take care of your finances, to be able to meet your goals, legacy, so that even after creating this wealth, you're able to pass it over to the next generation. Now, the Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers you a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. Now, whether you're thinking about a portfolio streaming of your assets and making sure that everything is well in one place, the advice is personalized. Imagine walking into a banking hall and Okari, you're sat down and you're told, because this is how your portfolio looks like, this is our advice. We will tailor-made it. You called it bespoke. We will make sure that it fits to what Okari believes in and what Okari wants. Now, this is all about being strategic, and it's tailor-made to meet your daily lifestyle needs. And when you've worked hard to build something, trust and security becomes everything. Standard Chartered Priority Banking walks in and ensures that all this security that you're working for, all this money is put in a portfolio that makes you sleep better at night, you know. So here is all about, when you talk about Standard Chartered Priority Banking, wealth.ke@sc is the email that you sent to apply.
Fantastic. Ahmed Hashi is here. He's a foreign policy expert. Yes. And we're having conversations this morning about what's happening with Kenya on the foreign scene as well as the local one. Ahmed, good morning.
Good morning, okay. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
I'm delighted to see you.
I'm delighted to see you as well.
I want the old spectacles back.
Oh, you want the other ones?
I think they're very intimidating and I think
I'll see what I can do for you.
I have a funny bow.
You do?
Yes, I do. I think Laughter is the best medicine.
It is very
So
true.
I think if you return that, I think your guests wouldn't laugh as much. They would do their job. And go home.
Okay. All right. We'll see. We'll take that into under advisement. We're having a conversation this morning, but let's start off with Aseto's going to welcome you with today's proverb. It would be. Let me just let him tell you the proverb is.
Yeah. So the proverb comes from Seychelles, the Seychellois people. Yeah, and you talk about the Seychellois people, talk about the economy. The economy is huge because it's being pushed by tourism and fishing. And when you talk about fishing, it's not the kawaida mbuta or tilapia. You talk about tuna fish that comes from that country, as well as offshore accounts also doing well in that country. But let's go to the proverb today. Teamwork works. That's the proverb. How would you interpret it? Teamwork
Well,
works.
I think that the most important element of any organization is teamwork. The most important element about any community is teamwork. The most important thing about a nation state is teamwork. No wonder Seychelles is doing really well because they have teamwork. We have much more tuna than Seychelles. Did you know that? Our continental shelf is one of the richest in Africa. But the Seychelles, I think that's how
Seychellois.
Seychellois. Oh, okay. Trust Oki to know these things. Yes, they're actually part and parcel of the Kenyan community. They're huge because my Isli here during the 60s. There was multicultural groups here, and the Seychellois have a huge community here. And I think that that's a great term to use. I think it's a perfect term, and Kenya should use it. Teamwork.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, when it actually talks about tuna, I remember there are some tourists who came to the country and they went deep sea fishing. And some of the tuna they were getting, especially just closer to the waters, are the best they said they've ever had. So, yeah, we have tuna. We just don't maximize on it.
Indeed. Well, let's look at a couple of things that have happened over the last couple of days. One of the big ones that we saw in the newspaper yesterday is that there is a firm that I don't know has been contracted by the government of Kenya to essentially clean up Kenya's image and to send a message to the Western friends that, you know, come on, the things that you're hearing are not necessarily true, or that, you know, this is actually what Kenya is about, and essentially to take brushstrokes towards an image that might already have been sullied by some of the things that we are seeing in terms of whether they be human rights violations, whether there be unrest, whether there be grand corruption on a, you know, crazy scale. That would mean if you hire a PR firm as an individual or a government, that there's a problem that you're trying to clean up. Is this warranted? Is this where are we at this point looking into something that is needed to happen?
You know, the foreign policy of this country is the president's foreign policy. It is perhaps it's the only policy that the president himself thinks about, writes about, and then instructs his Ministry of Foreign Affairs to implement. Now, you know, President Ruto is in a quagmire. And you know, his quagmire is reminds me of that Englishman called Shakespeare. And he wrote a play, I think I remember in school. It was called Prospero and Caliban. You know, one of the things that we profited from when we were growing up in this country is that we really had a very good primary and secondary education. And there's a line there about Caliban, who is sort of the subaltern. And he says that you taught me a language, but you taught me how to curse first. You know, when you learn a language, the first thing you learn is how to curse.
Yeah.
And it has not helped me. So I think that the language that President Ruto has learned about foreign affairs is to curse. Because what has he done? On the very first day of his inauguration, he tweeted about Western Sahara. I think you remember that. It's a complete diplomatic gaffe. And then Mr. President Ruto went on a swashbuckling adventure about the Ukraine. He was trying to please the Western world over Russia. And he said some things that are just not good. I don't want to call them a curse again, but they're not good. He used Kenya's northern frontier and the conflict in 1977 between Ethiopia, Somalia, and possibly Kenya to defend the rights of Ukraine. Ukraine have their rights, but they do not have the rights to let NATO put intercontinental ballistic missiles inside their territory aimed at Moscow. And that's why the Russians attacked them. So he went and punched above his weight, and the Russians and the Chinese took notice of that. He then went into the imbroglio of the Sudan and armed the RSF. These are just facts. I want to put a chronological order so that Kenyans can know what's going on. He then sent Kenya Army bullets, Kenya Army rifles, Kenya Army mortars, planes to go and deliver them. And he supported an international fugitive called Hemeti, with RSF, a man who was killing Africans in the Sudan under the pretensions of Arabism. It is alleged that Mr. Hemeti helped fund Mr. Ruto's campaign as the candidate.
It is alleged.
It is alleged. The fact that it looks like payback gives a very strong impression that that may have happened. He then invited Mr. Hemeti to State House and put him under a flag of the Sudanese people. He then went on and he abducted Kiza Besigye from Uganda on the streets of Nairobi and sent him back to a military court with Yoweri Museveni, the president of Uganda. These are just facts, I'm not making anything up. It's in the public record. He then went to the United States, was given the honor salute, and made a non-cousin, non-brother, non-sister Inoki. The one who taught me that. Not an original thing. Picked that up. And then he went straight to China, and he said that he's an architect. He's a co-architect. So the president is not in the deep waters. He's in the shallow waters of foreign affairs. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs also just doesn't want to admit it, but he's just following instructions. He's always been a man who follows instructions. That's Mr. Wycliffe Mudavadi. He's playing second fiddle to him, and he's just surviving there politically. So we all own this country as an individual basis and a collective basis, and we have a right, given the 15 years now we have of our Katiba, for citizens and senior citizens to speak about their country and say, look, where this is not foreign affairs, this is mambo jumbo. Yep.
We talk about foreign affairs of the Republic and how important it is, because if you go back to the red carpet that President Ruto was given during the Biden administration, and the extrapolation of that later into Trump's administration, and everything now is being relooked, then a NATO ally position perhaps is going to be stripped. Now you look at Kenya's position in the Human Rights Division at UN as well in question due to how Kenya has killed its own people. Then there is the Kiza Besigye, there is the Sudan matter. And you look at how all that is affecting Kenyans back home. Is it a priority sending people to the US to make our image look
better? No, it's not. I think that when you fail in understanding how the United States works, I always like this quip about the U.S. by Henry Kissinger, which says that, it is very dangerous to be America's ally, but it is fatal to be its friend, because you never know when they're going to turn on you. So I think that the president is spending all this money, and we know that the economy of Kenya is in the outhouse, to use a Canadian word. The Ministry of the Health System is always on the front page of the national newspapers. You can see my two community members there are under fire, as it should be. The Kenyan people need to know what's going on with their health care. You know that the constitution that we had They've tried to change it so many times. It's also on the top of the nation today. And you know that subsequent regimes have given a lot of money to lobbyists in the United States to deal with the state issues of Kenya. So Mr. Ruto is not doing something new. We have to also be fair about that. But what is the question is it pertinent today, right? Today, when the economy is in a disaster, people don't have jobs, is it okay to build a 1.2 billion shilling mosque, church, or temple at State House? Is it okay for the country to be in a situation in which people don't have 3 square meals to eat? Is it okay for the university fee structure to have failed and then go back to the one that was obtaining before? Is it okay that the people of this country don't have their kids getting milk and food at school, and this administration said that they would? Is it okay that the bottom-up agenda has been turned into an IMF, World Bank trickle-down? Trickle-down. Remember, it was bottom-up. Now it's trickle-down.
Yeah.
So all these things just points to a failure in the administration of the Kenya Kwisha people. And of course, I'm going to vote for the opposition. You can tell by my sentiments.
It's no secret.
Yeah, it's not a secret. So we have the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. There's another word down there which says, we have a right to speak about our issues. And from an expert point of view, I think that it's very wrong for him to have sent these lobbyists there when the door was opened for him. The door was opened for him by Biden. They shook hands, and he was just supposed to do the neo-colonial two-step for the Americans. That's what he was supposed to do.
But here we are, Ahmed, and okay, so let's look at some numbers, shall we?
Yeah.
Because we do have the contract that has then, essentially been signed upon. The amount that we're looking at is $175,000 per month for 12 months in the initial. So if you want to do some math, $175,000, give or take 127 shillings to the dollar, you're at about 22 million shillings that's going to be paid to these lobbyists, to this firm, for the next 12 months at the very least, to get this PR work done. But does this not point to the subservient position that we as African nations continue to take to Western power? Because you're letting them know that you're ready to do anything at the expense of your people to essentially look a certain way before them. Should we still be doing this? Yes, Ruto shook hands with Biden. Was it necessary to be a non-ally member?
Cousin,
sister, friend?
I think that there's only more than one lobby. I think 22 shillings is too small.
22 million.
22 million. It's 22 shillings to Ruto, President Ruto. I think there are more firms doing this job. And it's probably going to come out. It's going to be, and you'll see it, maybe 100, 200 million. When I saw the numbers of 22 million, even I was shocked, because that's spare change for this administration. The administration's priority is not the bottoms-up program that they had. They were trying to fix the bamboozling, the failure of their foreign policy. And their failure of their foreign policy, I put it to you, okay, it was predetermined. He was doing this on purpose because he thinks, or the administration thinks, that they're very, very sharp when it comes to dealing with the politics of international political economy. Of course, that has come out as a failure. And I think that it is really a failure on our part as well. And, the National Assembly hasn't taken the government to task on this, particularly the Foreign Relations Committee. You haven't heard from them speaking about these things, and they're in an independent body. You know that the Senate has been taking bribes. The president has said that, right? 150 million. Compare that to 22 million shillings in the lobbying. So I think this is a trial balloon. They're sending this out for us to make noise about, and I think there are more sinister things going on with our administration, particularly in the area of health.
Okay. I mean, Hashi, any administration that comes into power sets the tone from the first few days. And that's why, contextually speaking, you will always hear the first 100 days of a presidency. From what you've promised, what you said you will do, both locally, your relations internationally, regionally, sets the tone for then how that administration is viewed. Now, on September 14th, I just want to flesh this out and go back to your earlier statement when you started talking about the gaffes. So this was a day after inauguration, and I'm just looking at the tweet that was actually deleted later.
Yeah, it was deleted later.
Yes, Kenya rescinds its recognition of the SADR and initiates steps to wind down the entity's presence in the country.
Yeah.
So this was you can't just tweet something like that. You're informed before you go ahead.
It has to be prepared.
And it was on his official Twitter handle.
Yeah, there has to be a memo. There has to be a lot of things before this.
At the time. So the tweet was just posted a day after President Ruth's inauguration, during which the president, Brahim Gali, had attended the ceremony. And he tweeted this, day 2 of his presidency. However, less than an hour later, that's when it was deleted. My question is, when you look at these diplomatic gaffes and clarifications, at the time, the deletion triggered confusion because there was nothing official that was said. Are you changing your stand or what is that? You just deleted the tweet. But Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary then, Macharia Kamau, issued a formal diplomatic note on September 19th.
I am aware.
This happened September 14th. 19th, affirming that Kenya had not changed its policy and that the country continues to support the AU stance on SADR and the UN-led self-determination process. Now, my question is, Macharia said something at that time, said and emphasized that any future decisions on key matters would only be communicated via formal diplomatic channels, not through social media. But we've not seen that happen.
No, it's not happening.
I mean, if we look at that one episode regionally, before we even now flesh this out to go to the United States in terms of just relationships, what is going on? What the H is
I think it's just incompetence. First of all, the Sahrawi Republic, if there's a country in the world that deserves recognition, and it has recognition, it's the Sahrawi Republic. And Morocco has no business with that country. And the African Union is behind it. Most of Africa, the world is behind it. Kenya has fumbled the issue with Morocco because they don't have a principled stand. They are trying to, make everybody happy. That's not a policy. It's called, that policy is not a foreign policy. To make everybody happy. It is a way in which you yourself become unhappy. It is very fundamental for us to understand that the world that we live in is really changing in a fundamental way. And you can tell by what is going on in Palestine. You can know what is going on in the blocs that are being formed around the world, the North American bloc, the European bloc. All the world is a bloc on trying to create an economic basis so that they can have power. And each African country today, except for the Sahel Union under Captain Traore, is busy praying at the mosques, praying at the church, praying at the temples. There's nothing wrong with praying. But after you go and pray, you need to go and do political work and form a nation and get the next nation to join you so that you guys can create proper agriculture, proper state institutions, no corruption. It's really nursery school, right? There's nothing rocket science about governance. After I studied that subject for 12, 13, 14 years, then I figured out that I could have figured it out a long time ago. I didn't have to waste all this time. So it is not rocket science. And I think that the president's entire administration are people that gave him the vote, people who stood with him during the election, and he is paying them back by putting them in very sensitive positions. And most of them are not qualified. They're very incompetent. You can tell in every ministry in this country. This is not something that I'm just making up to criticize the president. The whole country is up in arms. They are saying, look, the healthcare system is not working. The educational system is not working. The economy is not working. Ahmed Hashi didn't create that. They didn't elect me president. They elected him. And he came with a set of promises and said, this is what I'm going to do. Right? He hasn't done it. He cheated the electorate. He cheated them. And, the president also I'm reminded that yesterday was 15 years of Katiba. The president didn't support the Constitution, you know about that. And it's very funny that his partner, Mr. Odinga, a man who's patched himself with the credentials of good governance and liberation struggle and all these kinds of things, has now turned out to be probably worse than than President Ruto. Yesterday he said that the devolved units need to be reduced. You know, that's what he said. Huh?
Yes, he did. He actually said the devolved units in Kenya are 47, which is just 4 less than the United States, which is an entire continent. And perhaps that you needed the lines of jurisdiction to be reduced in order for certain things to happen. It kind of made sense.
Makes sense. It makes a lot of common sense. But after 60 years of not having a government near you, everybody's obsessed with keeping their little county because they want to make sure that the schools and the things that they have built and the roads that they have doesn't go back to the central government. You see, Mr. Odinga is a flip-flop. When he wants to fight the government, he uses the county system in his governance to do so. And now that they want to make him prime minister, you know he's going to be prime minister, right?
Well, you seem to have a crystal ball that you look into and it tells you things when you rub it the right way.
Bit of the Constitution.
He's going to be prime minister. I suspect even that Ruto might say Raila Tosha.
Well, surely we cannot make declarations based on your suspicions, Ahmed.
I am now a bona fide oracle at Delphi.
All right, so you have visited the shrine?
I went to the shrine. I have made such predictions. You know, I said he's not going to win the AU. You know about that?
Yes.
8 months before the elections. And I said the whole of Africa thought that I was crazy. And guess what happened? So next time I come here, please play this back to me. He's going to become prime minister before the elections. 2 years before the elections. Maybe just under.
That's where we are right now. We're 2 years before the election.
I think, you see, they're taking the knock. What's it, the document, the NDOC something? There's some kind of document. NADCO. That's him. And there, they want to make someone deputy prime minister. They want to, you know, they're making all this for the 10 people who are the elites who rule this country. And but they forgot about a group of people called Gen Z. You've heard of those fellows, the ones who came by the millions in the city, the ones who were jumping the gates at State House. These kids who are not playing. You know about these people. So just watch for what's going to happen in this country.
So your prediction is Raila Odinga will be prime minister?
So I'm not worth my salt if that doesn't happen. I shouldn't be invited back here if that doesn't happen.
Actually, let's look at Kenya's foreign policy and if at all it exists. You remember when President William Ruto was going to the US, the red carpet, he was a darling of America. Goes to China and says, we're here to change the new world order, we're pushing for this. But then again, he is pushing to join BRICS to be part of that change that the world wants to see. And one asks the question, just what exactly is Kenya's foreign policy, and if at all it does exist?
I don't think we have a foreign policy. I think we have Rutoism as a political economy in this country. And, you know, he micromanages everything. He's even doing the wardrobes and the architecture of State House. You know, when he came in, he said, this place, it looks bad. So he was involved in painting it, he was involved in fixing it. He micromanages everybody. The whole cabinet is scared of him. You know, when they walk in there, you know, he sits at the front and he ticks off everything and says, number one, there's no debate. Everything is just ticked. I have never seen this country in such a bad situation that it is today. And the policy, you know what foreign policy is? Foreign policy is the expression of your internal policy. It is the expression of your economy, your values, the belief systems that you have, what you want to do with your continent, what you want to do with your region. President keeps fumbling the foreign docket in a way that is just now unacceptable. You see, probably the best, there are 3 foreign ministers that we had in this country that were the best. Number one was a guy called Joseph Murumbi, who was the founding foreign minister. The second one has a very long name. He's from Nyanza. C.W.H. Agwings Kodek. You know, they named a road after him. Brilliant lawyer. And I must say, Amina Mohammed. I must. It'd be sexist of me to just
not.
Yes, they don't name these guys. They just don't name a woman. So she did a amazing job. You know, she practically did the foreign policy around The Hague, and these two guys came back. You know, she rallied the states of Africa, she rallied all the other states, and there was a lot of pressure on the ICC to stop their racist you know, they are not taking Netanyahu to the ICC. And when they did, the prosecutor had a sexual encounter in his office. Encounter. You know what I mean? People who work in offices know about this. So even you guys have a poster there that says, "Did you cheat on me?" Have you seen the poster there?
Yes. Yeah, we actually seen it. We tend to work here sometimes.
We Muslims don't cheat. We marry another woman.
Yes.
We solve that problem that way.
Real quick.
So
very quickly.
So Hashi, a quick one. Let's zoom out.
Okay.
This foreign policy conversation and how President Ruth then is lobbying and trying to improve ties with the U.S. The story here is it's not just Ruth, and you said he's not. I mean, let's give him credit. It's not the only. He's not the only one who's done this. There are many others who've done this, and there are other politicians who've gone to the United States. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was just there. Just came back. I think last week. But the conversation here is a lot of these political figures going to the U.S. Seeking elective positions, and this is the presidency. Spend hundreds of millions or billions in an attempt to gain favor with the US.
Yes.
For the longest time, every election cycle, there's always this conversation that you need to endear yourself to the US because for some strange reason, I don't know the facts, they end up determining who then becomes president. So if they're supporting Hashi for presidency and they're not supporting Ndu here, chances are that you are going to win. So is the influence of America going to determine the outcome of the 2027 election?
I think we should be very clear about what the United States is. It's what is called an empire. A country that wants to is a hegemon, country that controls the political economy of world relations, is the international relations. There is no international relations that other than the United States. For an example, it put a security caveat in the UN Security Council yesterday about famine in Palestine. Even all the Europeans were in the press conference saying that this is not acceptable. These people are dying over there in a way that's unprecedented. The United States, in a callous moment, simply walked away from that and let Israel have its genocide. Now, the way that the international system has been created since the 1945 and a little bit further during the beginning of the Atlantic Charter, is that the United States is got the largest economy. It's bigger than the entire world combined. It's just so huge. People keep saying China is coming up. China's got about 12 trillion in its economy. The United States about 3 times that much. It's about 30. And that's the economy that we speak of. We're not speaking of the gross national product. We're not speaking of the gross domestic product. We're not talking about the kind of investments that the United States has in finance capital around the world. I think that if you put that all together, it's a behemoth. So if you want Kenya to grow by 25% of its economy, it lets in all your coffee, all your tea, everything that you produce and send it to the United States. Kenya's economy will double. They did that to South Korea. They let South Korea develop, they gave them advice, and then they bought all their products as a way of showing North Korea that the communist system was rubbish. The United States has military installations in every country in the world. Not only does it have that, the lingua franca that we use, this language, has been Americanized. It used to be English. You can even tell from me that
it used to be English. It
used to be English. We used to speak English. How do you do? Now it's howdy. It's Americanized. And if you want to understand a hegemon, it means that the cultural spaces has been dominated by their culture. We watch TikTok, we watch all these movies, we go to eat at restaurants, the hamburgers. This is Kentucky Fried Chicken. All these things are an expression of American hegemony. Therefore, what is important for us is to do something called a counter-hegemony. So we get some kind of space that we don't count out to these fellows. And how does that come? It comes from building something called East Africa. If you have 250 million people in East Africa and you are building your cars here, you're building your wardrobes, you're building these clothes, what is it that, why do we need to go and get this shirt from China or this one? You can build it here in Nairobi. It's not very hard. We are very exceptionally gifted people, we in Kenya. The largest amount of intellectuals in the United States are Nigerians. Nigeria is not doing so well because it has thousands of PhDs working there. The last one was the one who made COVID. You know, the COVID injection? It's Nigerian. You should Google that. This is the stuff I check. So I think that we ought to bring our brain drain back. We need to bring our professionals back. We need to be patriotic about our countries, and we need to lift our countries up, and we need that. We need a political change. We need men and women who are not doing the untouchables. We need men and women who care about their countries.
Hashi, allow me to ask you this question, because here we're saying that the world essentially has been Americanized.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Globalization came in the early 2000s.
Yes.
And it was giving everybody the idea that we were all connected on a global village at one place or another. It gave the idea, which, as you know, for those of us who studied international relations, as a theory at that time, we were told that this is now the new world order. That was great. But again, that we saw that it was a message that was being peddled by those who actually still controlled the space. Now, if you say that, is it necessary? Is it really? Or are you saying that it is time that we dislodge from that position whereby the US, in all its power, we're looking at a $30 trillion economy, right? Is it possible to dislodge from that ecosystem and say you're going to forge a path? Or do you inevitably dislodge once you start being insular? We don't want to talk about it, but that's exactly what China did and became a threat. Whether we want to admit it or not, China became a threat to the United States. And one of the ways in which they were able to do that was the insular position they took to rebuilding their economy over 30 years.
There is no other question better than the way that the Chinese have done it.
So are we saying that let's look at African countries, whereby now here Kenya is spending $22 million to clean up its image before the almighty America? That's what they're doing. It's not for anybody else.
It's just a fact of life.
So are we saying that one of the ways that you can remove yourself from that situation without focusing too much on them is to focus on yourself, and these things happen inevitably?
We've had leaders who have come to Africa to change it, and they were killed by the CIA. And this is in the public record. Patrice Lumumba, Mohamed Murtala, Allah yarhamah. There are many men and Gaddafi. There are a lot of many men and women who have tried to create this path for their country so they can be self-sufficient in food, agriculture, all these other things. There's nothing radical or socialistic or left-wing to say, I want to feed the people. You remember when in South America people started saying that, we need to feed the people and there's no food in the country, they were told you're communists. And they were in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was saying poverty is evil. Jesus Christ, said, I am the way. He did not say I am the highway or the road. He said the way, it's a value system. So what we're saying is we don't want Abu Dhabi to come to our country to grow crops and send it to Abu Dhabi. We want to grow crops in Galana to send it to Abu Dhabi and make a profit. I'm a warrior. We're traders. Like fellows in northern Nigeria. We buy and sell cattle and camels. We've always traded, want to make a buck. Kenya wants to make money, to be prosperous. Who doesn't want to be prosperous? In fact, I support these prosperity churches that are cropping up. I think they're wonderful. They're saying, let's go and make money. Let's go and build houses. Let's build our economies. Let us wear nice clothes. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
I never thought that we would have a foreign policy conversation whereby we then support prosperity.
Prosperity is your gospel.
But okay, it's a Thursday.
Let me answer these questions directly to my friend here. Foreign policy then of the Kenya Republic needs to be East African first of all.
We are not Eastern African.
Just wait, let me just finish. That's what we need to do. But we don't need to fight the Americans. We don't need to have bad relations with them. It is stupid to have bad relations with the United States. What we need to have is good relations, but respectable. We don't need to be told, like the president of Liberia, by Trump, where did you speak English? Where did you learn how to speak English? That shows you Trump doesn't understand that Liberia was a former slave colony, that people from Washington went over there because there was a return to the continent. There are no excuses. I have no excuses about Africa. If there's an economy of China that Okoh has talked about Chinese with Chinese characteristics, why is there not an African economy with African characteristics?
So if it's okay to have good relations with America, then are we saying that they outrightly influenced the outcome of elections? Because this whole conversation...
Yes, I'm just telling you, yes.
So they can't decide...
The American ambassador was at the tallying center when Ruth was becoming president. Wasn't she there?
Oh. So her presence means that they endorse?
She was there.
Was she not just an election observer?
No.
She was an observer.
Why is it that the Kenyan ambassador is not in the Democratic primaries being an election observer? Come on. So... let's eat our matoke and like it too. This is a fact. My policy is not to go and fight the Americans. My policy is to get it right at home. Is to get it in Kenya, get it right in Uganda, in Tanzania, and get East Africa. That's my policy.
You speak of having a right policy back at home, and this comes to those who then get to advise the president. And I ask the question, is the president surrounded by proper foreign affairs experts who advise him, or is the president advising himself and advising the advisors on what to advise?
I don't think the president cares. His economic advisor was Moses Kuria. What does Moses Kuria know about the economy? We're in deep trouble, fellows. This country is in deep trouble. We will get over President Ruto. No, I have no question about the resilience of the people of this country. And we will get over him. It's just that we have had our own version of Trump in this country. There's a huge problem in the United States with President Trump, but that's for them. My concern is that we need to get the policy right. And in my view, I have no monopoly on the truth, but in my view and how God made me see things, I feel that it's not right for us to have shrunk the economy by 1/4, and that's the government statistics. It is not right that we name ambassadors, right, who really don't know anything about being an ambassador. Have you looked at the list of the people who were made ambassadors? They have zero experience about diplomacy. Mr. Mudavadi did something good. He put at least nearly 40% of them from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Probably, if you look at the names of those people, they have something to do with politics and the constituencies that they come from. So I think that even that is just a question mark on my part, but I really think that for the first time, some of the people inside the Foreign Office have been given these positions. So I'm sorry that my discourse has been gloomy, but I have not really theorized everything. I've really just said these are the facts that are in the public record.
What would be the solution? How do we get out of the hole?
We need to change the administration and find a better one in the coming elections. And that is our system of government. And once we do that, and I don't have very high confidence in the opposition, by the way. Because these same
opposition,
you're voting for opposition.
Now I'm going to vote for the opposition because it's better than what we have now.
Who are the opposition now?
The opposition is a motley crew of people who used to be inside before.
Oh my goodness. That doesn't give very much hope.
It doesn't give us a lot of hope, because what we want is new leadership, and the Gen Zs are trying to come out, but they're very young, very inexperienced. It will be very difficult for them to run the system. But we are one thing that I have a lot of faith for is that people have stood for this constitution, the people of this country. They have refused. That's why there's 60 people dead. You knew that there's 60 people who were shot, right? By dint of machine guns. And some have gone to jail. I've been to jail many, many times for my views. It's not a good place to be, I can tell you that. But the thing about it is, we have to stand up for our constitution, order, and make sure that the current administration does not bamboozle us into something that we don't know and go into uncharted territory.
This new bid to amend the constitution, you said you've said it with so much confidence.
Oh, I'm saying
you know something that we don't, and you've said that Raila Odinga will be prime minister before the election.
Oh yes,
he's going to have a deputy.
He's not going to go into an elections unless there is nusu mkate for ODM.
So how will they create that provision? It does not exist in the constitution.
They're going to go to the MCAs the MCAs. They're all going to stamp it. Then they're going to go to the governors. They're going to say, this is the way to save the country. Then they're going to bring it to the National Assembly. The National Assembly is going to stamp it. But this time, I may be wrong, but this time the National Assembly is not going to play ball because they've been accused of stealing. So I may be absolutely wrong, but I have not been wrong. And you can ask Debal Ainer on the phone and tell him how many times I predicted the coups in the Sahel 3 months before. I predicted Mugabe's downfall 6 months ahead of his coup. I predicted the civil strife in South Africa. I predicted the war in Ethiopia. I've predicted very many things, and it is not rocket science. You can tell by political science what is happening in a country that this is going to happen, because Churchill said that statecraft is about history. Correct? Yep. So if you go back and back and back and just look at what's happened in the history, you will see what is happening. I'm not a talisman, but I pay attention to history. And that's how I can predict these things. Mr. Odinga is not going to go and support Mr. Ruto without either him or someone that he wants to be made prime minister in this country.
Well, neither can you go forward without taking a look back and see what has happened historically to say, well, based on this definitely wouldn't work. Yeah. And this is the direction that you should take, whether you're talking about an economy, whether you're talking about foreign relations, whether you're talking about foreign policy. We do have countries on this planet whose foreign policy, give or take, remains a certain way. You have the pacifists in Japan, you have the neutrals in Switzerland, you have the economists in the US, that the American economy will be front and center of everything, and that you started with Reaganomics, where you're looking at capitalism taking the center stage. You don't have a direct deviation from American foreign policy with Trump, except that he's come in with nationalism, which has taken center stage, where we say, make America great again. But at the end of the day, the capitalist outlook still remains where they are. We've had questions about what Kenyan foreign policy is. When we looked at Libya under the days of Gaddafi, it was very clear. What the policy was for the country is that they wanted Libya and Libyans to be successful economically, and that they were going to do whatever they could with whatever they had to make it work. In the craft of a foreign policy, new administrations come in and they carry on with a policy.
Correct.
Would it make sense to say that Kenya's foreign policy is to be in the good books of the global leaders, regardless of what the case may be? Is that the position that Kenya has taken? Regardless of what is happening back home?
Yeah, Kenya has always taken the position of being pro-West. From the day of Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki, nothing has changed under Ruto. We are an outpost with a flag of the former British Empire, now under an American empire. The United States is going to invade Venezuela in a month. You know that, right? They're going to go and do regime change.
They've said it.
They're going to do it. And they've been doing regime change everywhere. And I think that this Kenya is always played it safe. Always a beacon of, this beacon of stability discourse, beacon of regionalism. All this conservatism is inborn from us. Kenyans are deeply conservative people, and they never want to rock the boat. But for the first time in our history, we have a group of young people who have decided that this is going to change, and they make up 75% of the electorate. 75% of it, maybe more. And I think that they're going to turn this country topsy-turvy. And they already have, in fact. And I think that the conservatism of this country is now going to change. We cannot have relations with a country like Tanzania, progressive country. Hakuna ukabila. Hakuna, because of Julius Nyerere. He squashed that bug and said, okay, that country has now got a trajectory that's going to be better than us. The reason they don't want to get into this East Africa is because they know that the Kenyans they're not polite. They want all the big jobs. They want to hustle quickly. We'll teach them those things. They can teach us their nationalism. There's trade-offs in this regionalism. And Uganda, we don't know what we're going to trade off with Uganda. It's our biggest trading partner, by the way. Did you know that?
Yes.
Then they went and took a pipe, and they stopped. They passed it across Kenya and went to Dar es Salaam. Do you know that they were saying something to us? They were saying, you guys, we don't like you. Otherwise, would have put that pipe nicely to Mombasa port.
Connecting to Kenya.
To Kenya. But you see, it doesn't matter. You know what we need to do is to make a little pipe back to Dar es Salaam from this one to Kenya. And we can become one country. We were one country
before we was all split up. I have to ask you this question, even when we're running down the clock. Is it possible to polish an image if you've not worked on the inside? We talk about the East Africa community, and I always say, well, you form a sports team. Each player must be at their optimum in order to form the team. That is what the proverb was. What was it? Teamwork works. But you have to come as a solid unit to come to the rest of the table.
You're very right, okay. You're absolutely right.
Can you polish an image without sorting inside out?
We need a set of values that says this is who we are, this is where we want to go, and this is how we want to become. And at the center of it must be Africa. Nothing more, nothing less. And we have to start with East Africa. This country, this continent is the richest in the world. It has got the most smartest people in the world. Civilization started here under Imhotep and those pyramids that black people built. And then something happened after that. People started coming to take our people and sending them as slaves. And then that's how the economic system in the world was built. And now what we want is to say we want it back. We want to do our things our own way. We want to be independent and dignified, and we don't want to be told what to do and when to do it and how to do it. And including this language, this woody language we're speaking, should be speaking in Kiswahili.
Should be speaking in Kiswahili, and that's a good place to end on this morning. Thanking you to everybody on our socials this morning who's taken part of that poll, where we're asking the question if it's necessary to polish our image internationally. And Ahmed Hashi takes a bow from this conversation. I was going to ask you why you removed the glasses, but okay. Thank you for being here this morning. We continue with our conversations.
My dating life has gone very up since I came to this show.
But you never know. By the next time you come, you could be married.
SpiceFM, you did a good job.
It's 8 a.m.
You know, let me tell you before I go.
Yes.
It's important for Kenyans to be told things in a way that is funny, that makes them smile, because the message will go inside their heads. If you come here with a serious look and a suit, Kenyans will not listen to you. Kenyans want to hear things differently. They don't want to hear things like the headmaster used to do it. We need to change.
We need to change. There you go. Ahmed Ashi, thank you so much for being here this morning. It's 8 a.m.
Next time, unipatie kahawa.
Usijali.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The Senate impeachment hearing of Kericho Governor Eric Mutai will resume this morning, with the governor denying all charges against him. Mutai has instead claimed that Kericho County Assembly Speaker initiated the process to remove him from office. For his own personal reasons, he claimed that during the impeachment hearings, the Speaker clashed with a number of ward representatives who opposed the motion to ensure that he leaves office.
The county assembly is saying we are not bringing here rumors. A court of law has sat and has established that the governor has violated that citizen's right to a clean and healthful environment, and has directed this governor to take remedial measures.
The nearest that the court determined in that case was that there was need to have proper NEMA certifications before dumping could be done there. There was no determination that it belongs to the person who had complained.
In the bill by Sigawet Ward Representative Kiprotich Rogoni, Governor Mutai is accused of misappropriation of public funds, abuse of office, with evidence of these allegations being presented before the committee investigating his impeachment. He is also accused of embezzling 85 million Kenya shillings through the awarding of construction projects in the county.
Brought you a governor of bad behavior. County Assembly steps here and tells you, we have brought you a governor of bad behavior. I beseech you, distinguished senators, to give them a keen hearing.
Much of it, including the pictures that we have seen here of houses and many others, the good committee had indicated that let the CEOs be punished by the Public Service Board. But the impeachment has already been tabled before I even got the report.
And this is not the first time Mutai has been removed from office, as in October last year he was impeached before the Senate saved him. The Shakahola murder trial of controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie and his 29 co-accused has entered a harrowing phase as a protected witness recounted how starvation, strict control and extreme religious teachings led to the deaths of dozens of people. Testifying before Lady Justice Diana Kaveza at the Mombasa High Court, the witness revealed that she lost all 7 children in Shakahola, where followers were forced to abandon schooling, medical care, and even basic food and water, believing that starvation was the only path to God. Chief Inspector Sawe Keegan, a forensic imaging and acoustic analyst, described leading a team of 4 experts in documenting the Shakahola crime scene in Chakama, Lango Baya division of Malindi Sub-County. With 20 graves so far being exhumed and 5 more bodies being discovered yesterday, bringing the total number of bodies unraveled in 5 days at Kwabinzaro in Kilifi County to 24. The exercise continues today. Government pathologist Richard Njoroge said that they have all exhumed 21. They've also exhumed 21 body parts that will be profiled to determine if they match the exhumed bodies.
We also collected many body parts scattered around the perimeters of some of the graves. So those ones will also be processed by DNA to see whether they match any of the bodies that we collected.
Police say that they have talked to residents around the area to work with them so that they can arrest all those who are behind this massacre. Police also say they've arrested 11 suspects and are assisting in investigations.
Tumeongea na wananchi to strengthen community policing na nyumba 10. That one is going on in small groups. Wale wote wenye wanakaa karibu na hii shamba pamoja na wale others who are coming from around.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust,
There is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock on this Thursday, the 28th of August, and we're getting into the third hour of our conversation this morning. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation audience on KTN. Good morning, and as we continue on our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, Karibu Sana. As we continue, we're going to be looking this hour into legalities. It is Justice Thursday after all, and a bit of that in just a minute. If you are in Nairobi, or rather, let's start from Mombasa. If you're in Mombasa on the 8th of September, if you're in Eldoret on the 10th of September, and Nairobi on the 13th of September, what are you doing? Well, I want to give you something to do. I want to invite you to the study abroad fairs that are taking place in these three cities, Nairobi, Eldoret, and Mombasa. It's not just another fair, but it's your chance to own your future. The Cradle Study Abroad Fair is one that will connect you to destinations of universities across the world, from the UK to Australia to Germany, Ireland, Canada, and many, many more. You get a face-to-face interaction with university representatives. You get a tailored guidance on career paths. You get visa and accommodation support, and you can make on-the-spot applications and acceptances. The upcoming Cradle Study Abroad fairs are the biggest opportunities for Kenyan students and parents to explore universities in person across the world. So at the Cradle Study Abroad fair, you can witness the famous battle of study destinations where representatives from top universities unpack what makes their destinations the right ones for you. So there would be also access to elevator pitches from different universities to help them understand the key benefits of these different universities and what they have to offer for you. So there we go. The 8th of September, it's happening at the City Blue Hotel in Mombasa. On the 10th of September, it's happening at the Boma Inn in Eldoret. And on the 13th of September, it's happening at the Movenpick Hotel in Nairobi from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. What do you need to do? Attendance is absolutely free, but we need you to get invited. So you need to make your application. Register at www.cradel.com. That's CRAYDEL.com, or call 0799 000 444. What do you do with your money?
Once you have established your money now, the next question is, how do you protect it? Because the worst thing to ever happen to anyone is working so hard then losing all that wealth due to market downturns or bad and poor advice. But now wealth preservation and risk management is a key pillar at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. And this is where, combined with the expert knowledge and the advice tailored made for you, you're able to see how to manage your wealth. Now, Standard Chartered Priority Banking will have their expert teams not to just guide you but protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. And add that to specialized investment advice and portfolio management, you have a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. Now, it's not just about growing wealth, it's how you protect that wealth and about growing it wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart protection and informed wealth starts with one email. What exactly are we talking about? wealth.ke@sc.com, because this is your time for wealth.
This indeed is your time for wealth. Send that email today. Our Justice Thursday conversation is around things that are currently happening, and we're asking the questions around the legalese on all of this. Getting into that conversation and joining us in the hot seat this morning is Charles Kanjama, Advocate of the High Court. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning to you, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's a bright early morning, and I'm delighted to be with you. And your team.
The sun is shining, the birds are chirping, all those good things. Indeed. It's a Justice Thursday conversation. We're looking into the legality of the panel of compensation and the rule of law report. It's a lot, but we're going to get into some of that this morning to just kind of understand what all of that means. But to welcome you to the hot seat of the Situation Room first, Dennis is going to tell you which African country he's gone to, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it, the proverb.
Yeah, so today we are in Seychelles. The Seychelles people push the economy through tourism because it is an island country with beautiful beaches. And you talk about another thing because they are an island. Fishing, tuna fishing specifically is what they do, and that contributes to the country's economy. Next time, perhaps, let's go down to Seychelles and enjoy what they have to offer. But let's go to our proverb today. And you, being an advocate of the High Court, there's one thing that always comes through: teamwork. And the Seychelles people are telling you teamwork works. How would you interpret that?
I think it's about synergy. Synergy means the sum of the independent parts is more than the individual sum of the parts. So if you have A plus B, the total is A plus B plus X. That is synergy. So teamwork means you're able to bring people together, and what they can accomplish together is more than what each would have accomplished individually. And I think in all circles of professional life and even social life, synergy is the fruit of teamwork. When each person is able to do their own, but they collaborate, the other person is able to bring out something better in you, and you're also able to bring out something better in the other person.
Synergy. A plus B plus X.
The square root of
AB.
I think Wakili, one of the subjects I hated in high school, and I think it was the first one, integers.
You don't like
you know integers?
Oh, yes.
Integers was 1, 2, 3,
yes.
Whole numbers.
Whole numbers. One on the number line.
Yes. Formulas.
Clearly, math was not your forte.
But I know how to count money.
You know how to count.
That's
that one you can count.
Thing.
Well done. And you can count your hours of rest. All right. There are many things buzzing, and we're looking into the legal aspect of things this morning. And one of those is the compensation task force that has been set up. We're going to be looking into the legality of it and what exactly it does then mean. But then also, yesterday, what was released was the Rule of Law Kenya report that came out on Katiba Day, and it was done by Lexaf.
Yes.
And in terms of what the rule of law situation in the country actually is. The overview of that report, from what we see, is that it was a product of legal analysis. It was comparative regional assessment, human-centered evaluation. Its purpose was not merely to challenge, but to inspire urgent practical reforms that bridge the gap between constitutional ideals and lived realities. So giving already life to this idea that there is the aspiration of the Constitution, but then there are also realities that Kenya currently lives on. And all of this is hinged together by a hope that the aspiration will become a reality. And because there is the hope, that means it has not been done yet. So the report is hoping that certain things will happen.
Yes.
From this perspective, tell us, because we will then segue from that into now this task force and compensation business.
Okay.
But what the rule of law looks like, because it essentially is constitutionalism, and we are now celebrating Kenya at 15 with a new constitution. So it would appear as though, in terms of the rule of law, there is no satisfaction. Is that the case?
Indeed. In fact, the composite score in that rule of law report is about 53%, which is barely a pass mark. And two of the main sources in coming up with the Kenya Rule of Law report by the Lexaf Trust, which I happen to chair, was the World Justice Project. They do a global rule of law report, which is comparative with data from different countries. And last year, the East African Law Society published East African Law Society Rule of Law report for the East African countries. And this was the second edition that they published, and for the first time they included an index which means they are trying to measure the performance of the different East African countries. So using those sources and other sources locally, we were able to see how the rule of law stands in Kenya today. And we used 7 key indicators to look at the rule of law. The first is the question of open government, which means how much does governance, is it transparent and accountable to the people? And this is one of the areas where the government of Kenya scores, you could say, fairly, because of the progress in issues like public participation and so on. There's still room for improvement because important issues like, say, Adani, standard gauge railway, the contracts tend to be hidden from the people using things like government-to-government contracting. So on that score, Kenya scored a 60%. Then you have access to justice, which is the second score. This relates to judiciary processes, relates to processes of getting justice even through alternative dispute resolution. And here the big challenge that Kenya has, despite the advances over the last 15 years after we got a new constitution, is delays and also corruption associated with the process of seeking justice in the courts or other forums, even police stations, the whole value chain of justice that begins when you report an alleged offense to the police station, if it is criminal or if it is civil, when you seek redress, if it is administrative, there are various other forums. Kenya also scores about 60%, which is fair because the new constitution has broadened the number of organs that you can go to seek redress. Then we have government powers. This is how the government exercises its powers. And again, there have been tremendous constraints on government power institutionally in the new constitution. But there have been several shortcomings. We've seen sometimes we could even call it collusion between the executive and the legislature. We've seen the government ignoring reports of constitutional commissions and so on. So this was a fairly, could say, generous score to give government 60% here. But in the area of fundamental rights and freedoms, even though there has been a very expansive Chapter 4 of the Constitution of Kenya, in fact, it is the longest chapter in the Constitution of Kenya, one of the most progressive in the world. And we have several institutional frameworks, 3 constitutional commissions, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Gender and Equality Commission, the Commission on Administrative Justice. The courts have been handling many human rights cases. Even those who had violations in the 80s and 90s, some of them went to court and they obtained redress. So there have been positive things. The police are now being overseen by IPOA, Independent Policing Oversight Authority. But despite that progress, we find that human rights violations, some of them very tragic, and things that we thought we had overcome, like extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, abductions, are with us. Denial of access to information, those who are communicating on social media being targeted. So the government gets, or you could say the country gets, a 55% in this area, which means they are below expectation, even though the institutional framework is there. And then the area where the country does the worst is in the anti-corruption efforts, because corruption is as prevalent as it was before 2010, if not more. We are talking about corruption having been devolved even to the counties. And so here Kenya gets a low mark of 35%. When I was in university, the basic pass mark used to be 40. 40 was a D.
So we can even look at you.
So below 40%, you have to resit the exam. So on corruption, we are saying that we need to resit the exam. We are not doing well. We can't move to the next level. And then you have order and security, which has to do with issues of policing, of ensuring that there's peace and security. Kenya scores a 50% because there are still many threats, including some of those I mentioned, like extrajudicial killings. And then regulatory enforcement, Kenya scores a 55. So the overall rating is about 53%, 53.2%, because there's the area of fundamental rights has the biggest weight, and each of those areas has a different weight. So there are various recommendations in this report, and we are hoping that the report will trigger more conversation and dialogue. Where have we gone 15 years down the line? What are the hits? What are the misses? What are the areas we can focus in?
Before you go to the recommendations, then one way to find out what you used as metrics for arriving at these numbers, was it formulaic in nature? We know that research uses things like sampling. We also know that other areas use things like polls. What do you use to arrive at these percentages or arrive at these positions?
So it is a qualitative analysis, and this is benchmarking with the other rule of law reports that are widely respected and recognized. So, for example, the World Justice Project, they use questionnaires and also analyze the data that is there. The East African Rule of Law report, they didn't use much questionnaires, although they spoke to some stakeholders, but they also analyze the institutional arrangements. So in the case of the Lexaf Rule of Law report, there was analysis of the scores, comparative scores from the other Rule of Law reports, and also use of secondary data, because there's a lot of data that is generated. For example, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics generates a lot of data on a number of metrics. So throughout the report, you'll see several charts and graphs. But at the end of the day, there's a qualitative analysis, which means you have to make a judgment call when you look at all the available data.
So who do you hold responsible? Sorry, Aseto. Because if we were to do, we usually would read a book in school and then they say, give us a summary of the things that you have read, right? Yes. So if you were to do that summary, and at whose foot would you place the responsibility? Because if we say 53% overall, essentially what we're saying is that for the aspirations of the Constitution, and the implementation of it so far, you've scored a dismal 53%. But that's not at the foot of one administration. Over the last 15 years, and the responsibility that has been placed at different institutions, groups, arms of government, that this has not happened. So with that summary, essentially we are saying you've not done well with the implementation of this thing.
Exactly.
Whose responsibility then? Who would take it and say, okay, actually we had an opportunity, we didn't? Who?
So that's an interesting question. And to answer your question, I'll say that there is a dynamic approach that our Constitution takes in Article 10 as well as in Chapter 4. Article 10 is the one that talks of national values and principles of governance. When read together with Article 1 that talks of sovereignty, it starts by saying that sovereignty belongs to the people. And the national values include public participation, accountability. Every person is required to engage in this. When we go to the Chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights, it talks of both vertical and horizontal responsibility and application. So vertical means government is responsible to ensure I enjoy my human rights. But horizontal means that each of us is also responsible to ensure that our fellow citizens or fellow residents in the country enjoy their human rights. So we can't all escape responsibility and say it's just the government. Of course, our primary role as citizens is to elect a government that we believe will implement the Constitution. And of course, there are leadership structures whereby we've also distributed power. It's not all with the president or with parliament. We have constitutional commissions, we have other organs, even arms of government. We have levels of government like county government. So not all power is at the national government. It's not all with the executive, some is with the judiciary. So it's the sum total. When you ask yourself who's responsible, of course, the head of state and government is the president. So in terms of hierarchy of responsibility, you'd say the president bears the most responsibility. And the cabinet, which is, as you could say, the most executive power. But there's also some responsibility for parliament, for the judiciary, for the county governments, for the other other organs of government, constitutional commissions and independent offices, even for the citizen. Because corruption, if it is happening, you can't just blame the government. The corruption is happening with the facilitation or involvement of the people. If there is tribalism, it's not just a government issue. The people are taking part in it. So it's for all of us. It's a call to arms for all of us. But more importantly, for us to be able to hold our leaders accountable. Because the time when the citizen is exercising their constitutional office of citizen with the greatest power. We exercise it every day. A constitutional office of citizen that is found in Article 1 and 10 of the Constitution. But on the day we are electing our leaders, that is the day we have the most power to exercise that office. And then the days we are holding them to account, when we are engaging with what media is telling us, the media reports, when we are giving our feedback, sometimes we think that it's only on the day you vote that you can impact the government. But when Kenyans are communicating on social media, when they are giving their opinions to the traditional media or the electronic media, we are also influencing government. They change sometimes their trajectory based on public opinion. So every day that office of citizen can have power. So we also need to hold our leaders more accountable so that they can realize it's no longer business as usual. 2010 was meant to be a paradigm shift, a major change in the way we do governance. But the bad habits keep crawling back, you see. And before we know it, we might find that we're in 2007 or 1997 or 1991. We've seen what has happened with Rigiji's convoy back to the country, how it was being stoned and so on. These are the things that were happening in 1991 with the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, when they were going to Kamkunji grounds. So those bad habits, for them to be back, all these years after the new constitution has come in, is an indictment on the government and on all of us.
But Wakili, can the constitution fix bad habits? Because we are looking, the first Bomas draft, I remember, 205, went to a referendum. Chungwa Nandizi, orange bananas.
Yes.
I remember the conversations then because of how the draft was. And it then became very political, that now led to a political movement. Kenyans were saying, look, we are rejecting this thing. Now we have the 2010. Do you think, so my first question was, can the constitution fix bad habits? Because no matter how solid a document you have, we still have a certain culture that cannot be changed just by written words. That's one. Two, do you think it's high time? We have, I'm just thinking wildly, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. So the 2010 constitution, we sat here with Charles Njeri and he said, look, it was addressing an issue that had arisen. We were coming from somewhere, and referred to 1997 and what used to happen then. And then we had the post-election violence and all the political issues that we had. Then it was sort of to, let's take a step back, let's create a document that will address all these historical injustices and political issues. 15 years later, there are a lot of other emerging issues that have come up. There are a lot of gaps. There are hits, misses, but there are also gaps in this document. Is it possible to rethink, okay, after every, 5 years may be little, after every 10 years, let's relook the entire document? Because there's a generation here that is saying, whatever they're reading does not address today's concerns and future concerns. Is that a valid point?
Okay, so those are two very important points, both very weighty, and I'll try to deal with them as best I can. The answer to your first question is, unfortunately, yes and no. Yes, that the Constitution can address bad habits, but it cannot solve all the bad habits. I think there was this American president, the third American president, Thomas Jefferson, during the debate, the constitutional debate, or in the period immediately before, he's attributed to one of the Federalist Papers where he was addressing this question. Can a democracy survive if the people have bad habits? Can it solve their bad habits? And he says for democracy to thrive, the people have to be people of integrity, men and women of integrity, because they're the ones who form the government. They're the ones who choose who will form the government. So there is a sense in which you'd say constitution cannot fix bad habits that are widespread in the whole population, but there is also a sense in which you can structure governance to take into account the weaknesses of the people. If we know that a head of state tends to accumulate power, grab the power, misuse the power, you can put in place structures to diverse power, to have checks and balances. If you know that the national government tends to forget what is happening in the rest of the country, you can put county government structures so that there are people focusing on county government. If you know that land allocations have been historically misused, as was the case in Kenya, you can put a National Land Commission to take away the presidential discretion in just allocating land, public land. If you know that human rights is an issue in Kenya, you set up a constitutional commission on human rights. You actually have 3. So what I'm saying is that the constitution actually was designed recognizing our historical weaknesses as a people, and it was trying to solve them. So it went to a certain extent to do it, which is good. But at the end of the day, if we are all corrupt, you could say if we are all one-eyed, they say in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. If we are all blind, we will elect the one-eyed man. This is just a proverb. and we will assume that we have got to nirvana. So that's the challenge. It's the interplay between the constitution helping us to grow in virtue, but we have to have virtue so that we can implement constitutionalism. And that comes to your second question. Nabweze, who was a professor of law, talked about what he called constitutions without constitutionalism. That it's not enough to just have a document. Constitutionalism is how you implement the institutional framework, the habits, the processes. So you can have a perfect document. You can keep trying to improve the document to perfect it, but on the ground, vitu ni different. So constitutionalism is now the institutional framework, the legal processes. How aligned are you to what the constitution intended? And then there was this other gentleman who talked about the Grundnorm. And he said that the constitution is meant to be a basic document that's not changed all the time. You change other laws, acts of parliament, but the constitution is like a social contract. That is another philosopher who talked about the social contract. And he said, once you make a social contract, you shouldn't be changing it all the time. You can amend a few things, but avoid wholesale change. The American Constitution, which we like quoting as an example, is more than 200 years old. It has had maybe 20-something amendments over the 200-year period. Our independence constitution lasted for 37 years before we changed it. And we cannot start overhauling a constitution within 15 years. But because the constitution is not perfect, it's a human document, there are some gaps, there are some weaknesses, you can do some small amendments. And our history is that when you open the constitution to major amendments, then politicians and people with self-interest, I'm not saying it's only politicians, anyone with self-interest can just come and take advantage of the opportunity to change what was a consensus document. Do you remember how much time we spent debating whether we'll have parliamentary, presidential, hybrid systems, and how we reached a compromise? And I remember the time when Raila Odinga came and said, no, we don't need to have a prime minister. Who said that my position is we must have a prime minister? There was a compromise that got us a constitution. So now, to go back to that whole contestation about the system of government, should we bring back assistant ministers that we removed from our cabinet, from our constitution and from the cabinet, is like going backwards. It's like before you truly implemented the constitution, you already started saying, let's change it.
But isn't that where we're heading with the current conversation now, politically speaking?
Yeah, so for me, I've always thought that there are aspects of the constitution that may need to be changed. Honestly, even in 2010, I was a part of the no side of the constitution because I had concerns with a few provisions. And I think as Kenyans, we said, let's first implement the constitution for 5 years, see where the shoe is pinching before we decide that the shoe doesn't fit very well. But then I noticed that when I listened to the political conversation, the issues that they are more focused on amending are the issues where Kenyans tend to already have a strong consensus. For example, we don't want a bigger parliament. We already think 290 elective constituencies with the other 47 women MPs already is big enough for the National Assembly.
True.
We think the Senate is big enough. When you listen to MPs, that's one of the things they want to change. They want to increase the number of constituencies because they are concerned about the implications of the population census on boundary delimitation and the fact that some of them might lose, in quotes, their constituencies because some counties will have fewer constituencies than others. You see? The issue of, for example, funds going to the counties, it has been a debate. And there's a minimum of 15%. We don't even need an amendment, assuming you want to increase the allocation to 20%. The Constitution says minimum. But you can see every time the counties are trying to get more money through the Council of Governors or through the Senate, there's pushback from the Treasury. So I have looked at some of the areas where they want to amend. They want to now bring Office of Prime Minister back. And yet they are not changing the system of government from presidential to parliamentary. It's like a bastardized outcome that they are looking for, just to have more, you could say, seats or positions for the boys and the girls. These days is the boys and the girls.
Yes.
So I think there's room for legitimate constitutional amendments, but we have to be cautious that the constitutional moment is not hijacked by those who want to undo the compromise that was to favor good governance. So MPs want to have CDF entrenched in the constitution. This surprisingly is one of the areas where I see on the ground the people find CDF helping them. CDF is actually popular on the ground.
Yes.
It's unpopular with us, you could say the governance elite, who believe it is not aligned to the structure of the constitution. But on the ground it's popular. And the Supreme Court has said CDF is unconstitutional for whatever reason. To bring CDF into the constitution, to entrench in the constitution, you'll need a referendum if it passes parliament. If it passes the Senate, you'll need a referendum. And that means the people will have the final word. If that is all you are amending, you are doing something that is limited. It's almost like you are not opening up the whole abdomen when you are doing your surgery.
Yeah.
You are doing something small. Then those ones can be tolerated. Those are the kind of constitutional amendments that should happen, but not the one where it's like you are doing a big revamp to the document. It's like a car which has not even traveled a long distance and you want to do complete engine overhaul or change the engine, change everything. No, it just needs a service, either minor service or major service.
So Wakili, we look at the constitution, and you started by saying that there is the constitution, but then there is constitutionalism, which is really important. And if you look at the country that is Kenya, we have thrown blame to corruption. Those guys are corrupt. But then again, there is the giver, there is the taker, there is the participation of the locals, of Kenyans in this in corruption. And you look at some of the recommendations that that the report has given are protecting the civic space. There is institutionalized participation, require MDAs and counties to publish participation. But then you look at all these, and the government itself, in terms of even giving funds to the counties, is 15% of the last audited accounts. Which last audited accounts are we dealing with right now? It's 2023. So in terms of even just abiding by the law, we are not doing that. But then how do we change the conversation such that Kenyans consume the constitution and entrench constitutionalism in them to understand what's at stake for them?
Okay, that's a good question. Apart from being in this organization called the Lexaf Trust that has produced a rule of law report, I also happen to chair the Kenya Christian Professionals Forum, which interestingly was also founded about 15 years ago. Just 2 weeks after we promulgated the new constitution, we'll also be commemorating our 15th anniversary. And in KCPF, one of our pillars is governance, advocacy, and reflection on governance and how the people, as per your question, can engage more in governance. And one of the proposals we have right now is to have what we are calling a governance accountability program, whereby we digest the information that you're already getting from constitutional commissions and independent offices, because the watchdog organs of government are struggling despite challenges to do their job. They are churning out very useful reports, but the citizen is not aware. Reports about corruption, reports about human rights, reports about land, everything is being churned out. In fact, it's only occasionally Auditor General reports are highlighted by the media, the ones which are a bit more dramatic and maybe may have a bit more sensationalism. But there are many other reports. So we feel that if we empower the citizen so that the citizen is aware of what is happening, then they'll have the ammunition to hold their leaders to account. And we feel that that is where one of the big gaps is. The gap is that information, even that is churned out, is not digested sufficiently to the citizen. This requires a partnership of both the mainstream media and also the social media, as well as other civil society organizations, faith-based institutions, to engage the citizen on the ground. And this is the only way, even when we come to elections, our elections can rise beyond being a contest on ethnicity and personality to a contest about development, ideas, and issues.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the ways in which we see this living out currently is the most recent announcement by the president that there would be a task force committee that would deal with the compensation for victims of many things, and that these many things should have been protected in the Constitution. The safeguarding of human rights, for example, the right to life, the right to then be able to be protected by the country. When we look at different protectionist strategies that the government uses, had that stood in place when people were shot during protests, when people were disappeared without any kind of reason, when people again were disappeared and were failed, and the system failed to bring them before a court to level any charges against them. Another thing that is recommended, not even recommended or suggested, demanded of by the Constitution. And that these things haven't happened, and that Kenyans are up in arms because those constitutional provisions have been abrogated. That is clear. But they've not been addressed. How we want to address them now is by a compensation committee that will then say, and from what we assume, we don't even know what it's going to be. We assume that it's going to be a monetary compensation, that some amount of money will be given to the family of a daughter who was killed, or a son who was shot, or a husband who never came home. That this will happen. So before we even start to look at the details and what the law requires to be done, does this first of all constitutionally make sense to have a committee of this nature to address those issues before we even look at the where-to-fors?
That's a very profound question, because it has been an issue of contestation in legal circles in the last few days. And I've been in debates with some of my colleagues, or discussions, some of my legal colleagues on this particular issue. So first of all, let me tell you what are the positions that are being taken on the topic. There are those who feel that our principal institutional framework in the Constitution to address compensation is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, as well as processes beginning with the police, the Director of Public Prosecution, and the judiciary, so that you assign responsibility or liability, and then in terms of compensation, you do investigation, you present it to the court for assessment of damages. So there are some people who feel that this task force that has been set aside pursuant to a presidential proclamation that there have been human rights violations in the course of protests is undermining the integrity of existing institutional arrangements. There is another group also of lawyers who believe that we are nitpicking when we start making these statements, because under Article 131 of the Constitution and Article 132, the President has been given several roles and functions, including to safeguard human rights and fundamental freedoms and secure the rule of law. And that the President also has a role in the human rights, you could say, architecture. And that if the President decides to establish a team of advisors as a task force to assist him expedite the process of compensation, then that is something that should be celebrated, because the outcome is that the victims might have to wait 2-3 years for the normal processes to take place, and who knows whether they will even succeed. So my own view of the matter is that we need to have a balance. Because I have listened very carefully to those who have said, let's follow the existing institutional arrangements. And I have not seen the light at the end of the tunnel. I have not seen on what day will that victim of abduction, torture, or the family whose son or daughter was killed, when will they get compensation? I've not seen it. On the other hand, I also acknowledge that if you just allow the president to do anything and everything he wants, there is a danger. And so my feeling is that if you have a task force, but it is subject to interventions by Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, who should play a role in the process, it is subject to parliamentary oversight, to judicial review, then it is a mechanism that may work and may set a precedent. Because you see, what is very important for me is that there is a precedent, so that those who are victims in maybe 2017, who are victims in 2012, can also get compensation. Of course, there are some who are saying, why are you discriminating and now focusing only the people who were victimized in the last 2 years? I was in a discussion with someone who said, but we've had victims since 1963.
Sure.
And I think my own response to that was to say, surely, if we are going to treat these people the way we treat pending bills of government, where you say verify, and then it takes 10 years, there's no budget, then at least let's compensate these ones, and that creates a precedent for future compensation. So there's something called complementary mechanism. Complementary means the moment you follow one route, it doesn't forgo or forestall, it doesn't exclude your ability to follow another route. So you can get the compensation by the executive, and if you want to seek review for additional compensation, or you want criminal liability and there's a criminal investigation, it doesn't stop those processes. So my own view after listening to the various sides of the argument is that I would prefer if we give a chance to the task force to see what they are going to do. There could be some amendments to the institutional arrangements, especially to secure a stronger role for the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. But let's give them a chance. If we can get compensation within 3 months for these people, we judge the process as well as the outcome.
Wakili, there are those who look at it from a different perspective, that the fact that there is a task force that has been put in place to look at these, in a way, is admittance by the government that there is an illegality that took place. The government is admitting, fine, there are people who died in the hands of police, and we agree that that happened. There are those who look at it in terms of, if this is allowed to continue, every other government, because we've set a precedent, will see no need of respecting human life, of respecting the Bill of Rights. They will go about killing people as we want. We'll go about curtailing the rights given by the Constitution, because at the end of the day, we will form another committee who will compensate the victims, and life moves on. How would you respond to that?
Okay, first point, I fully agree that it is an admission by the government that there was violations, and that government organs were responsible, or at least partially responsible. And whenever there are violation of human rights, the first level of responsibility of government is failure in their duty to protect. Even if they were not the active organ and they failed to protect, to provide security, they failed. I remember many years back when I was a younger lawyer representing a client who was suing the Nairobi City Council, as it then was, because this client was walking and fell into a manhole. They didn't have a manhole cover. It was not City Hall that removed the manhole cover, but the fact that they failed to ensure the streets were safe. We sued City Hall. So that was failure in their duty to make the streets safe. So that is the first level of responsibility, and nobody questions that government is responsible for failure in their duty to protect. The second is the active perpetrator who perpetrated, and there is this principle of the line of command. Can you attribute responsibility up the line of command? And this will, of course, would require more investigation to determine what happened. And it may be, and probably is so, that there were agents of government who were involved in these unlawful actions, and we need to find who they were and to hold them responsible. But even if it was one agent of government, the entire government is responsible, so they need to protect? So that's the answer to the first question. The government is accepting liability, and that is true. In fact, it is very good that they accept liability. The worst thing would be if they keep denying liability while we also with our eyes. What happened? The second issue is whether this will be a blank check to future governments to violate human rights. Let me put it this way. If my human rights have been violated, or even if it is just civil, since I'm a lawyer, my time is spent representing people in court. Somebody has breached a contract. Somebody has committed a tort, which is like negligence or accident against me. I seek compensation against them because I'm a victim. In my process of seeking compensation, you can't say, no, if they compensate you, you'll be giving an open door check for them to breach future contracts. In fact, there's a mechanism in law that is called aggravated and even exemplary damages, whereby to make that person not do it again, when the court gives compensation, sometimes it enhances the compensation so that the person feels the pain, and in future they will think twice about doing it. But you can't stop me from being compensated out of fear that in future someone else will come for compensation. I'm a victim. I need to be compensated today. So it's true. Government might view it as a permission for the future, and that is where you need complementary mechanisms to hold responsible the individuals who are actual perpetrators or who have chain of command responsibility over the actions that took place.
So,
unfortunately, the last time the president tried to establish a commission of inquiry, judicial commission of inquiry, which was on Shakahola, the matter was taken to court, and the court found the commission of inquiry to be unconstitutional for a number of reasons, including the fact that a judge was part of the commission of inquiry. There was a questioning of whether the president had powers to do that. So a commission of inquiry would have been the best to investigate responsibility when you have large scale violations, or you would have something like what we did after the post-election violence of 2007-2008, where we established a committee of inquiry, and it came up with a report, you remember, about the causes of the post-election violence. But nonetheless, whatever outcome any other body comes with has to be now processed through the criminal justice system. The police take the complaint, investigate further, ensure that they have evidence beyond reasonable doubt against certain suspects, take it to the DPP. The DPP arranges it, takes it to the court. Then there is a judicial trial, because the right to fair hearing applies to everyone.
But okay, there lies the problem. I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, and in principle, that is ideally what should happen.
Yes.
And that is what must happen. But let's look at the Kenya reality. The Kenyan reality is, there's somebody who said, if you want to cook ugali, you don't start by putting flour first. Then stir the flour, then add the water. You add the water, let the water boil, then add flour, then start stirring and make the ugali. In our case here, we are jumping the gun and saying, look, you were shot or you lost your son, so let me pay you for the death of your son. There is no element of goodwill to say, I'm taking responsibility, because even in this case, there's no admission that we are admitting we are responsible. There's nothing like that. It almost appears that the semblance of saying I'm going to pay you is saying I'm admitting that there's something wrong, but they're not outrightly saying that right from the top. In this case, there needs to be accountability. Who shot my son or my daughter? Let's establish that first. By the time you're even having discussions, or they can actually be parallel, have this conversation around compensation, but at the same time, you start seeing the wheels of justice spinning against the perpetrators of this. Now, when we talk about a commission of inquiry, in the history of this country, I'm not old, I'm young, but in my I've remembered several commission of inquiries in questionable accidents that feature prominent people, injustices of mass scale like this one, and a report is tabled. Then a report is presented to State House. Pictures are taken. Several reports are shared. The media is given those reports, and they gather dust on shelves, and the story dies there. You don't see anything happening. You don't see heads rolling or heads spinning. It ends up in a document called a report.
Yes.
And it stops there. That's the problem.
In fact,
it's not just another one.
So you've actually said two things, and you have made very valid points, and I'll try to respond to both. So on the first issue about the need for accountability, the terms of reference of this task force is not just to pay people money, it's also to investigate in general the circumstances and make recommendations. And my hope is that whatever recommendations they make will be taken up by the organs that are in the Constitution and in our law that are now meant to ensure accountability takes place. So that is the hope, that the two things should actually proceed concurrently. The task force should not just be for compensation, but also to determine the circumstances in which it happened and to make recommendations against it. But your second point was an even more weighty point, which is that when the president is the one who has established the task force or the commission of inquiry, he is the ultimate consumer of the report. He can take the report and put it on the shelf because he doesn't like it. Or halfway through the preparation of the report, maybe some of the members of that team are his friends and they are not liking the trajectory of the report, and maybe even they interfere halfway through with the contents of the report. And that's the danger when it is presidential driven. You need checks and balances through other institutional structures. One of the things that we could possibly explore, for example, is a judicial-led process. This is what we call an inquest, which is led by the judiciary. An inquest normally is done over suspicious deaths or accidental unexplained deaths in certain circumstances. We've not explored the possibility of an inquest that is wide-ranging, where there are several deaths involved. That is something that could be tried, but that would have to be the judiciary, and maybe the Commission on Human Rights could attempt to begin such a process that could be led by the judiciary. Parliament also has its own processes. They establish committees, sometimes special committees. They go to the ground. Like when Shakahola happened, the Senate established a committee chaired by Danson Mungatana. And they went to the ground and they came up with a report. So the other arms of government can also do their thing. But if none of them are doing anything at that broad scale, the executive should also try. And it doesn't mean that if one tries, the other cannot try. I remember I was appointed to the Presidential Task Force on Religious Organizations. I was appointed by the President. But at the same time, as we were looking at religious extremism, Shakahola was being studied by the Senate. So it doesn't mean when you have one mechanism, it excludes all the others. You understand? In fact, to tell people, no, you don't do it, it should be the other one, you end up with nobody doing it. We all knew somebody should do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. You see?
So, it's interesting. I mean, and just tying into that there are too many examples of, these reports. There's so many commissions that came into being until today. The supposed compensation that's supposed to happen barely has. One of the things about a Truth and Justice Reconciliation Commission, whether you want to look at one that was, seen over in South Africa or one that was in Rwanda, was that there had to be an admittance of, we know what happened, right? And that is how true restoration then started. Nobody's saying it was going to be complete. But I want to come back to one of the bodies that you talked about, the Kenya Human Rights, the Kenya National Human Rights
Kenya National Commission
on Human Rights. Why not use that body? Because this is what they do anyway. Why not use that body as opposed to now forming another task force, another committee to start to deliberate all over again? Why not use the folks whose job it is anyway to do this?
I actually spoke to a senior officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights very recently, and I asked him a question about this task force. And one of the things that I learned from them is they have concerns about institutional support, including resources, finances, so that they can increase their capacity, expand, and have effective offices all over the country. So, of course, they don't have the level of support that they need to have. And actions like this one of establishing complementary mechanisms may actually contribute to undermining even their own institutional strength.
Absolutely.
It's like
you're saying they can't do their job.
Yes, it's like in 1964 when our founding president Jomo Kenyatta was not happy with the structure of federalism or majimbo. He engineered a mechanism of denying them funds and resources, so that a few years later he could say that the majimbo system was not working, and everyone then abandoned it. So it was not working because it was deliberately made not to work. So you are right that the more we establish other mechanisms, the more it allows us, in quotes, to deny the existing institutional frameworks of the resources, the support they need to do the job independently. However, we also need to realize that realpolitik means that sometimes when you get the door slightly ajar by the people in the executive, you take advantage of the opportunity.
And get in the door.
So you get in. Because if you then slam the door shut, the other one will not open. So that's the idea of complementarity. Use all angles that you can to try and get redress for the victims.
As well, one important aspect would be, as we deal with all these complementing institutions, there's the need to embed the command responsibility so as to ensure those with the responsibility protect their bases so that we don't find ourselves in this position. How critical is that?
Yeah, the doctrine of command responsibility, which has been explored at the International Criminal Court, or ICC. You remember one of the Kenyans in the Kenya case who was charged at ICC was head of police and was claimed to have been responsible. Of course, the cases were eventually dismissed. But that is a doctrine that has been discussed in international law forums. In Kenya, we also have the International Crimes Act, which domesticates the Rome Statute. So the doctrine of command responsibility needs to be explored more in Kenya. And I believe it is the way to go. When you find senior people in the police service or in the Ministry of Interior giving orders that are patently unconstitutional, like shoot to kill, which seems to be beyond even the police standing guidelines or the force guidelines, then there has to be some element of command responsibility that comes into play. But I also have to remind the listeners that one of the very important provisions in Kenya, in fact, it is a provision that cannot be limited or derogated from, is Article 50, the right to a fair trial. It's part of the right to a fair hearing. And you cannot derogate from it. So even that person who you claim has command responsibility has to be given their day in court. And you have to come with evidence beyond reasonable doubt. You cannot eliminate that process and just find the person guilty. And they will have their defense. And you'll need to come up with a strong case against them. And probably it requires strong institutions. Maybe an institution that, like the Law Society of Kenya, can collaborate with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to initiate this kind of process. Because these are institutions that have a fair amount of independence from the government players who may be responsible under the doctrine of command responsibility. So there's a lot to be done, but it is not something that will be done easily or will take a short period of time.
All right. This is it. Because, and this is, honestly, Wakili, I wish you would come more often. And I know that you're wrapped up in a lot of this all the time, but for us to be able to unfold and unpack a lot of these things is absolutely necessary. You're learning, but at the same time, keeping the conversations front and center. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the coming days. 53% is not a good mark, coming back to that Lexaf report, but maybe Kenya will get towards, higher percentages. But then obviously we see these playing out again in the committees, like things we've talked about today. So for us to all be involved in constitutionalism, I guess, is the point that we're all striving for. And that's a long-winded way of saying thank you for being here this morning, and we're looking forward to more conversations with you. Asante sana.
It was my pleasure, and my parting shot is the constitutional office of the citizen. Let's take it seriously, because at the end of the day, the constitution is structured so that sovereignty begins with and ends with the people.
Indeed. Good morning. At 9:07.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
After 9 o'clock, we continue with our final conversation for this morning. And as we do, I have to ask you a question first of all. What are you doing on the 8th of September? If you are in Nairobi, or rather if you're in Mombasa, from 9 to 4 p.m, I need you to go to the City Blue Hotel, especially if you're looking to what you're going to do for university education in another country. If you are in Eldoret on the 10th of September, I need you to go to the Boma Inn if those circumstances are the same. And if you're in Nairobi on the 13th of September, I need you to go to the Movenpick Hotel between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. You're going to ask me, what's happening there? Well, it's the Cradell Study Abroad fairs that are happening in Mombasa, Eldoret and Nairobi from the 8th and then also on the 10th and then also on the 13th of September. And then you're going to ask me, what's Cradell? Well, Cradell is Africa's largest study abroad platform. Universities from different parts of the world in different countries from 575 destinations across the world are using a matchmaker tool to take your experiences and your desires and connecting them with that particular university in a destination that you would require. It's taking in these opportunities for people across the world. It's making sure that you can have an application done on the spot. It's visa support. It's accommodation application. It's really everything that you would need to get into university education. And all of these will be happening at the fair right there for you to get in touch with. It's face-to-face interactions with university representatives and it's tailored guidance on career paths, visa and accommodation support, and you can make an on-the-spot application, like I said. Where else do you want to be? If you're in Nairobi on that particular day, which is the 13th, if you're in Eldoret on the 8th, or if you're in if you're in Eldoret on the 10th, if you're in Mombasa on the 8th, or if you're in Nairobi on the 13th, this is where you need to be. It's the Cradell Study Abroad Fair. Get into it this morning. All you need to do is register because it's invite only, but it's free. Go to www.cradell.com or call 0799 000 444. Then we can tell you what to do with your money after you graduate from university.
Exactly. After graduating with the university, we've established that you've started making your wealth now. You have protected it. But then again, what's the legacy that you are leaving behind? At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, how that wealth is transferred to your next of kin is really important. And for many high net individuals, legacy and values matters just as much as capital. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond numbers. Their team helps you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also ensuring you preserving the values that you hold here. Now, in a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, and even tax-wise, there is a need for you to know how this money or this wealth is being transferred. That's where Standard Chartered Priority Banking will help you with this because they're not just reacting, they are prepared. It's about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. You start your journey today by emailing wealth.ke@sc.com because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth.
Now indeed is your time for wealth. All right, getting into a conversation this hour when we are looking into solutions as engineers often do. And joining us in the studio for this conversation is engineer Shama Kiteme, who is the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, IEK, and joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, engineer.
Good morning, Don.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana. You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning, and there seems to be an issue. But before we get to the issue, Dennis is going to welcome you to today's show with a proverb. He'll tell you which African country he's gone to, and we would love to hear your interpretation, or in this case, solution.
Yes.
To the same. Yes.
So we are in Seychelles, the people of Seychelles. It's a country that has beautiful beaches. Tourism is big in that country. And today they taught us something about working together. And this is the proverb. Teamwork works. Teamwork works. How would you interpret that?
Absolutely. I think it's really English, simple English, that you need teamwork to accomplish stuff. And as a leader, I've known how important it is to have teamwork. It is necessary because when you pull together, when you work together towards a purpose, not only is it easier to get successful, but also you replicate success because then you have institutional memory in the context of an institution, and it outlives an individual because a team is always better than one person.
Well, a team is always better than an individual. Well said, well put.
Well said. So, engineers staged a protest in Nairobi. They're demanding jobs and fair pay. they called on the government to employ at least 10,000 more engineers and submitted a petition outlining their grievances. It also decried that what they've described as exploitation by foreign companies that underpay Kenyan engineers while paying their expatriate counterparts far more for the same roles. They accuse foreign firms of exploiting loopholes to sideline or underpay locals, warning that the unfair practices are undermining Kenyan professionals. And this is a problem.
Absolutely.
It is a big problem because a protest was held, and we're not even looking at what could be the internal issues with engineers in the country, but we're now saying, hang on, you're bringing in people from outside the country, you're having them sorted out, but you have people here who are qualified but are not hired. Engineer Shama, walk us through what is the problem.
Thank you very much, Ndu. Indeed, yesterday engineers had a peaceful march, and we were calling it creation of 10,000 employment opportunities for engineers. Now, the 10,000 number is not just a number. We have done our homework and seen that if you go to the road sector and ensure that a resident engineer is an engineer who is supposed to be on site to check specifications and quality compliance in roads, for example. If you have one engineer oversighting one project, as opposed to the current situation where we have an engineer oversighting about 11, you are going to create employment opportunities for 1,500 other engineers. When you go to the energy sector, if you do not give Adani to come here and erect pylons and pull power cables, work that can be done by Kenyan engineers, you are just going to create 2,000 engineers, jobs for engineers in the energy sector. The building sector, we have said, look at the affordable housing and, make sure that a consortia has at least 3 jobs. Don't give 8 jobs to one consortia. You're going to create about 4,000 jobs for engineering professionals. If you go to the aviation, and we want the expansion of JKIA and creation of 2 additional major airports in this country to be able to compete regionally, you're going to create 500 jobs. And if you go to irrigation, blue economy, you're going to create good jobs in the tune of 1,000. But we also said, look, the government policy seems to favor foreign contractors and firms to give them contracts. The problem is so serious that we have seen expressions of interests advertised in local dailies, exclusive to countries like Korea, China. And as engineers, we ask ourselves, this is a job that can be done by Kenyan engineers. Why lock them out pronto? From the word go, even advertising. Even more serious, why don't you go and advertise it in Seoul or in Beijing? What message are you sending for us? And you've seen this happening so that we see opportunities ring-fenced for foreigners in our own country. Now, we're saying we have local capacity. We have engineers, experience, trained with skills, knowledgeable to do this work. But somehow, the policy prefers some people from outside. Now, it has gone to the extent that even some of those foreign firms, when they come over here, they want the paperwork and the licenses from Kenyan engineers. And when they get them to enter the market, they discard them. They don't retain Kenyan engineers to carry out these assignments. And so our members are not compensated, and we have hue and cry. It is so serious that members are even going to court. From the regulator point of view, from the society point of view, we have so many complaints from our members. Now, that's not all. We also have our members, engineers employed by these foreign firms. And a qualified engineer is being paid 600 shillings per day. Work or payment that is supposed to be going to an artisan, to a mason, to a plumber or something like that. So we're saying there is actually an abuse of engineers by these foreign firms. And we're saying this is injustice to our members. So we took a walk yesterday. We left Top Plaza, where offices are, and we walked right through Ngong Road, Valley Road, Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue, all the way to Nyayo House, and we presented our petition. But we have also petitioned His Excellency the President and told him, look, your policy is to create employment opportunities. This is our roadmap for you to create 10,000 jobs. Now, if you go to Western Kenya in the sugar industry, there is a deliberate policy to import artisans, to import technicians and technologists. And you're talking about now, I have numbers of 1,000 imported from outside to do jobs.
From which countries?
Largely Asian countries. And I would say maybe India or something like that. And these are jobs that can be done by Kenyans. We have so many plumbers, technicians, carpenters, whatnot. They are unemployed. Right here at Talanta Stadium, we have electricians, we have plumbers, we have artisans imported from China. And we're saying Kenyans don't have these jobs. Technicians.
Are they coming in? Sorry, are they coming in because it's cheap labor, and then from the Kenyan side it's expensive? Why? What's the real reason?
It is not cheap labor. Kenyans are not expensive. I have given you a situation whereby you have a Kenyan and you have an expert. Kenyan more qualified, the expert lesser qualified. They are paid 5 times.
Where is this expert from? Outside the country?
Outside the country.
Okay.
You understand? So it doesn't mean that they want that kind of people, machine operators from outside the country, because they're cheaper. No. In fact, there is what we call passport salaries, where because you came here through a salary, you are paid 5 times what an equally qualified Kenyan should be paid. So we're saying, look, there is a crisis, but this crisis is actually created.
Okay, let's get some insights and maybe some context from Engineer Sharma. And this is reference to engineers. How many engineers do you have in Kenya? Do you have a number?
In our register, we have roughly 27,000.
27,000.
Exactly.
So I'm looking at an engineering workforce in Kenya, EBK, the Engineers Board of Kenya, regarding, the engineering workforce in the country, because you're saying you want 10K engineers employed or absorbed into the job market. So we have 21,000 graduate engineers.
Absolutely.
Then you have 2,800 professional engineers.
Absolutely.
Just averagely. Then you have temporary professional engineers, 200 of them.
Absolutely.
Then consulting engineers, 547. So the total is 24,800 and something. You're saying 27,000,
yes,
correct?
Around 27,000.
That's the total number of engineers in Kenya.
Yes.
So this is a number from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or it's a yearly number?
Well, since God created Kenya, we have trained about 37,000.
Since God created Kenya?
Yeah.
But because of... Wait. Since God created Kenya, Kenya has produced how many again?
37,000.
37,000 engineers.
Yes.
Why is this number this low?
Well, look, it takes 5 years to train an engineer. You have some of the best brains to leave our high schools to go to the university. Spend 5 good years, sleepless nights, do differentiation, calculus and all manner of things to finish 5 years in the university. In my class, we enrolled 84 of us. We graduated 56.
The others dropped?
The others fell along the way. So it is not...
Why? Is it because it's tough to get through engineering, or it's because of the number of years then you have to go through it to finally...
You really have to be, 1, bright, to hack. 2, you have to learn what you call grit, resilience, perseverance, passion. You must know what you want for you to survive 5 years in the university. And you must pass all those units. So it is not easy. You get in there, first year, second year, you realize, am I made for this? Some fall by the wayside. But what we're saying is, it is not easy to train an engineer. More important, it is not even easier to qualify an engineer, because once you finish your 5 years, then you get what you call graduate attributes. You're expected to go what you call initial professional development. By statute, 3 years. And within that time, you're supposed to work under a registered professional engineer at a class of consulting or a professional engineer. So that now you gain sufficient experience to do what we call professional exam. When you do the professional exam, then you're registered as a professional engineer. At that point, now you can take professional responsibility as an engineer. So you're talking about at least 8 years, practically 10 to 15 years for you to become a certified qualified engineer.
So these ones that you want employed are not under the consulting engineers. Under the category of professional engineers.
Well, let me tell you the facts as we speak today.
Okay.
The unemployment rates among engineers of all categories is now over 50%. We are saying we have an unemployment rate of over 50% of engineers in this country. A country which is a construction site, from Lodwar to Lamu, from Mandera to Kisumu. And that's why I'm saying there's a problem. We want to have, foreigners do SGR from Kisumu, from Mombasa to Naivasha. We have laws that say if you cannot engage locals, you must make sure that you retain Kenyan workforce for technology transfer, skills transfer, so that by the time the experts leave, you are effectively able to do that work. But this is what you're saying. If then out of the 27,000, 50% are unemployed, we assume the 50%.
So 50% of 27,000 unemployed, it's 15,000 thereabout, correct? 13,000. So you're asking for the government then to employ 10,000 out of these 27,000.
Yes, because we have said we know this country is able to absorb these 10,000. We have given facts, we have given numbers, we have done our homework correctly. And our appeal is, let us be patriotic. Let us be in a position where we're saying we are able to build the workforce for the future. People who are going to do this kind of infrastructure. We don't want to be perennially dependent on foreign expertise to do something like putting a railway line. But this is what we're saying. The 10,000, once you take the 10,000, we have also encouraged industrialization and the private sector investment, which is going to take the rest of 3,000.
Why are Kenyan engineers not being hired? And this is the question, because it's obvious, like you said, the entire country is a construction site. Look around you, whatever is being built. Buildings are coming up, highways are coming up, all from connecting, county to county. It's not like nurses, whereby they say, okay, maybe they don't have enough resources to hire more at this time, whatever the case may be. But the construction continues. Everywhere the president has been in the last 6 months, what has he said? Tutatengeneza barabara kutoka hapa mpaka kule. It's going to happen in the construction sites, right? So why are Kenyan engineers not being hired?
I think, look, there's a problem.
Somebody's being hired, but it's not Kenyan engineers. Why?
Someone is being hired, but not Kenyan engineers. The problem starts at the public policy level. You have a deliberate intention to deny Kenyan citizens opportunities. You craft instruments to favor foreigners. I've already told you we have seen expression of interest crafted, restricted to citizens of other countries. And let me say from the onset, we are international. I've consulted internationally. So we are not against colleagues here, qualified, doing work within the law. They are colleagues, they are members. We fraternize. We have no problem. What we have the problem with is a law. We have PPADA. We have the regulations that stipulate that you should prefer local contractors or local firms and citizen contractors, citizen firms. There are provisions of the law. There is 40% local content requirement. All those laws, they are not being applied. And what we have, the situation is, we have covenants entered into between the public entities, agencies, and foreign players to restrict work to those other nationals and not Kenyans.
Shama, there is a conversation going around, or rather there is talk going around, that you cannot trust a Kenyan engineer to do the job. There is the aspect that is being said that graduates from Kenya are not ready for the work because what is being taught in universities is purely theoretical. That once an engineer is outside, all they do, I am paraphrasing, all they can do is put up a culvert, correct me. But with all this information that is there and the trust deficit that does exist, one would say, we prefer those that have done this job, we have their credentials and whatnot. What would be your response to this talk?
A very good question. Good, because you cannot be further from the truth to say there is any credibility or issue in terms of competence, experience with our engineers. When I'm seated here as IEK president, I have been involved in establishing, coming together for Kenyan engineers in North America. Brilliant Kenyan engineers working for Boeing, Lockheed Martin, top Tesla, whatever, working in Canada, in nuclear power stations. Kenyan engineers are working in Germany, whatever, with Siemens, international companies, because they are qualified. Now, myself, I was involved in a project where the feasibility study was done by American engineers. Then I came to do the detailed design and tendering and whatnot, and supervision. We supervised myself with the British engineers. Commissioning, or this is the end of the project where now you are starting it to operate. We commissioned with Australian engineers and never fell short of competence, skill, and capacity to do what needs to be done as an engineer.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The Engineers Board of Kenya, a couple of years ago, complained about graduates in several key areas, primarily focusing on their lack of practical skills and hands-on ability. This is the board in Kenya complaining about graduates in Kenya from Kenyan universities. They said there's a shortage of registered professional engineers, cited as a consequence of non-compliance with the Engineers Act. Certain things had not been done. The board also criticized universities for offering unaccredited engineering programs, resulting in thousands of graduates being denied registration. The Engineers Board of Kenya has made these claims. It's not coming from outside. It's not coming from government. It's coming from the board that accredits you to operate as an engineer in Kenya. Right? Is there a different role that they play?
Let me tell you.
The role they play. They have complained that there's an issue here. Is that true?
Let me tell you what has happened. When you are not giving Kenyan engineers these opportunities to be part of the infrastructure being done in their country, you are doing exactly what the board is complaining about. You are denying them an opportunity to go through the arduous journey that I explained to you that it takes to become a certified, qualified, registered engineer. Look, all professions...
So you're saying that, I'm sorry, you're saying that they should learn on the job.
Absolutely.
When they graduate from university, give them an opportunity to work these jobs, then you can test and see if they actually qualify.
Listen, the process. I explained earlier, maybe you missed it. Yes. I said you go through the university for 5 years.
Yes.
And this is internationally recognized process for 5 years. You graduate with a degree in engineering. When you graduate, we acknowledge that you have received what we call graduate attributes. Now, when you have graduate attributes, it is expected you go through statutory 3 years experience we call initial professional development. Now, comparatively, doctors do 1 year internship. Engineers do 3 years. Comparatively, advocates through ATP and their pupillage, they do something like 18 months before they're admitted to be advocates of the High Court. Similarly, engineers, the 3 years they go through is what we call initial professional development. So that then, when they complete, they are registrable to become professional engineers, to graduate from the graduate engineer to professional engineer. Now, the professional engineer is someone who can stand on himself as a professional and can take professional responsibility. Just like you will not hire a lawyer who is not an advocate of High Court, or a doctor who has just finished medical school and has not done the internship to become a registered doctor, a licensed doctor. So it is with engineers. But we take the longest of all the professions you have seen already. You know what I'm saying? So what we're saying is that if you're not then giving these opportunities to engineers, you are denying them the opportunity then to get the initial professional development to become registered and become professional, and they are then going to become standard in their professional growth.
But Engineer Shama, you earlier said from the 3 years, you get to the level of consulting engineer.
No, professional engineer first.
Professional engineer first. Yes. Temporary professional engineers is at what level?
Professional engineers.
Temporary.
Well, we are around about 200. So
about 200. Yeah. No, I'm asking which one comes first.
Now listen. The moment you register as a professional engineer,
yes,
you now can take professional responsibility as a professional. You understand? You are now expected to continue practicing as a professional engineer. Statutory minimum 5 years more. Then again, you are tested by the regulator to confirm that you acquired sufficient experience and expertise to now become a consulting engineer.
Okay.
You know?
So that experience is on the job.
On the job.
But what Ndu was asking, from what the board is saying what then is being churned out does not meet certain thresholds or standards.
By the time they are presented to the market, there are certain skills that are missing. It's not me saying, it's the EBK that's saying. And that there are too many examples of that it has become an issue. So they're actually saying, not even go back to your experience and training, we want you to go back to university. So there are certain things that you should have come with after university.
So is it what is being taught in some of these universities that does not measure up to the standards of what you're referring to as an ideal situation of how then an engineer moves from a graduate level now to a professional engineer? Yeah. Is it about the subjects being taught, the standard of the courses being undertaken?
Let me begin by saying this. Engineering is a regulated profession because of public safety requirements. Okay? That means we want to know what the engineer is being trained from year one. You know what I'm saying? And that is a continuous process. What that means is there is a need for the regulator to be involved right from year one to make sure that we are looking at the curriculum, we are looking at the trainers, we're looking at the facilities, labs, whatnot. Now, some of the universities that have been found wanting in that area, they are processed, they're taken through by the regulator to make sure they come to speed, they improve, they equip themselves, they have lecturers who have experience, stuff like that. So that process has been going on. And so let us not complain, have a blanket condemnation. I understand the origin of the statement from the board, and there has been a very good progress made towards making sure that all the training programs actually comply. Actually, now we're talking about 95% of thereof. And that means we have worked from the regulatory point of view to make sure that now graduates who come out, they meet certain minimum requirements. That has been continuous effort. So let us now move from there. Once then you have graduated from a course or a training program which we know produces you to be a quality engineer, then by rule we become professionals through apprenticeship. You learn through a master to become a master, whether you're a doctor, whether you're an advocate, stuff like that. In engineering is not an exception. But you're saying for you then to progressively grow in your career, you really need hands-on experience. That will give you practical skills, because once then you finish 3 years and you have acquired the initial professional development, you provide what you call training and experience report. And then among the projects you have done in the course of your practice, then you also do one project that you submit, and then it is checked by peers, experienced engineers, to confirm that you can do what you call make professional decisions, and you can make correct professional judgment, because engineering is critical. And so that is a process that the board is talking about. And we are saying, look, if then you do not give these opportunities to Kenyan engineers, you're actually denying them the opportunity to progress career-wise, and you are destroying this country because you are denying it resources and human resources in engineering.
Engineer Shoma.
Can I ask you to hold on to your question? Let's take a quick break and come back from this. We're continuing with the conversation and saying, okay, well, there is a miscalculation here, or the divide is stronger, whereby Kenyan engineers not being given the opportunity to work on some of these projects, and you need to hire many more of them. Engineer Shama is with us this morning. We'll take a break and come back and continue with this conversation after the short break. It's now 19 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
Get ready for a non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life. Manze, nowadays ukipigia mse
Niko Rubies.
upigie mbogi wase mko
Sisi tuko Rubies.
madhe uko
Niko Rubies.
Why is Kenya at Rubies?
Ultratrek fuel, castor oil, enjoy shop, tire pressure, Rubies gas, chemist, coffee.
Ala, na we, mbona uko Rubies?
Niko Rubies for Ultratrek, fuel that helps me drive longer, cleaner, better and smoother.
Kwani Rubies iko na kila kitu?
Si washroom safi, si spot ya date, si snacks, Rubies iko na kila kitu.
Mse, uko tukutane Rubies.
Rubies is making life's journey better.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
I'm back with Engineer Shama at 17 minutes to 10 o'clock and continuing with our conversation around, okay, so how are we going to bridge that divide?
Yep. So, Engineer Shama, if you look at the engineering fraternity as we speak right now, I just have a simple question. When did you graduate?
I graduated in 2009.
2009. And if you look at 2009 and today, the engineering profession has really progressed. You know, today we talk about buildings coming up that are ready to withstand earthquake. That means the curriculum has to change. Are these conversations you're having with the universities to see how curriculums change and adapt to the modern day? And even as we talk about government getting to discussions with the international engineers to come do the work here, is the engineering body in the country part of these conversations such that the laws and the regulations that you say protect the body, you are part of these conversations such that you secure the bag as negotiations start?
Well, I mean, this is a very good show because that's a very good question. Number one, we have made progress, I agree. And we will definitely not be thankless to say we have made progress. Mm-hmm. Kenyan engineers are competent. I have been privileged to be involved in the development of standards in this country. I've been involved in the development of the building code. I sit in the National Implementation Committee on Eurocodes, which are basically standards for structural design and whatnot. So we have made progress. We are making progress. Now, when covenants are made between the state and other entities, there is always someone from Treasury. Mm-hmm. I think there is always someone from State Law Office. I know there is always someone also from an agency involved, whether it is, call it whatever, truck or whatnot, Kenya, whatnot. And I would expect, of course, there is an engineer seated there. I have followed through with Treasury and asked them, why are you making covenants where engineers in Kenya are excluded? And they have told me sometimes there are engineers who are not coming as strongly as you should. So what we have said, now we need to be involved at point of these covenants being drafted. I was in Ghana the other day. Mm-hmm. And I said these similar things because this problem is Africa. I was in Kigali and stuff like that. Engineers are being excluded actually largely in Africa. And when I raised the situation, the Minister of Infrastructure there, an architect, told me, my friend, you guys who sit in the table, you have to draft this contract correctly. So what we have done, we have continually to engage our members. If you happen to have that opportunity, please make sure that we do not get into the instruments that are excluding engineers. And so we are engaging head of public service, we're engaging treasury, and telling them, let us in this room where these covenants are being drafted. Now, because I've sat in the engineers board and I have raised the whole issue, and what has come out is that most often engineers actually they are being considered as spanner boys. You are coming to implement something that was decided a long time ago, whether in Beijing, whether in Tokyo, whatever, So we are saying, can we have engineers involved? And we have proposed to His Excellency the President, you have so many advisors. Some for law, some for human rights, some for women affairs. Why don't you have an infrastructure advisor at State House to make sure that we take care of the interests of this country? Why, segregate Kenyan engineers in covenants you're making that are binding this country? And the painful thing is this, we get into a covenant situation, we do an intervention, infrastructure intervention. That intervention will be paid by Kenyans through toll or debt repayment.
Yeah.
Kenyan engineers are spectators when infrastructure interventions are being done in their own country. We will pay for that through tolls, through debt repayment, ourselves, our children and grandchildren. For the next 30 years, 50 years and whatnot, how painful can it get? So that when we say, please consider this, you are killing this country. You are denying it human resources to continually develop or even maintain this kind of infrastructure that is being done by foreign firms. What we are saying, it doesn't work. Just change it.
Engineer, there's a friend of mine who's an engineer who's saying, I think he's following this conversation, and he's telling me that a lot of times when you have these, let me just quote it, and he's saying, where we have foreign engineers, especially Chinese and a lot that come from Europe, and often they come in government-to-government project deals, and they have salaries, housing, and other allowances built into the loan agreements. That's why many of them are part of this contracts.
Let me say from the onset, our colleagues, compatriots who are not Kenyan nationals, we are not enemies. I have said I practice in other countries, and I want to continue to practice. What we have is a situation whereby there are unfair covenants and agreements that are done to exclude Kenyan engineers deliberately.
In this government-to-government project deals.
The law. Some of them are G2T agree, but an instrument has to be drafted. It must be crafted. It must be signed below the dotted line. And let me surprise you. Some of these contracts you're talking about, when they want to look or to massage the situation, they put a foreign firm with a joint venture in a local firm. Then all the money goes to the local firm. The donkey work is done by the local firm. Now, COVID taught us one lesson. When COVID came, guys were scared. They had to run back to their own country. So all the work was eventually done by Kenyan who remain here because they have no other country to run to go and do. What does that tell you? It tells you these Kenyans could have done this work because the foreigners left, afraid of COVID, they don't want to die from here, and the work was done by Kenyans. But the donkey work is done by Kenyan. All the money goes to the foreign firms.
Okay, let's look at numbers. How much is a Kenyan engineer paid on average? I know there are many cadres, but just give me from top of your head, just one. How much do they earn as a salary compared to these foreigners in Kenya shillings in their countries?
Well, the situation is quite bad that while you check the engineer scale of fees, when you would be expect, for example, let me take a middle scale, where an engineer would be required to be paid around 700K per month, they are being compensated as low as 100 or 150K. And their foreign colleagues, they are paid something to do with 1 million and all that. So it is very unfair. And that's what we have said this time we are calling passport salaries.
Wait. Before I lose that point. So, 700k.
Yeah.
That's what a Kenyan
would deserve.
Level would deserve to be paid. 700k. The foreigner comes in from where they're coming from. It's $1 million.
Yes.
Okay. So by the time they're getting these contract deals, Kenyan is denied. The Chinese or the Europeans are given. So their salaries then are tripled, as you earlier stated. So they're paid 3 times of what this Kenyan is essentially supposed to be paid. So that's 700k, ideally times 3. That's what they're getting paid, correct?
Well, no, I said you find the Kenyan is earning actually 100 or even 150, where he should pay
700. 700. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Could it be that the realities of this country and the corruption in this country, especially when it comes to procurement and getting these contracts, could it be, I just want to pick your mind up, could it be that the reason why you'll find a lot of times there's preference to this foreign expertise or engineers who a lot of people in terms of perception deem to be superior, and they may not necessarily be superior, is to justify inflated budgets, because it's easier then to ask Aseto, who's coming from China, and tell Aseto, I'm going to pay you 2 million for this project. Or rather, on paper, Aseto is being paid 2 million, but in essence, what goes into his account is 700k, okay, from the 2 million. And then you, Engineer Shama, if I come, I tell you, we draft a contract, I'm paying you 2 million, ile shida itakuwa na Kiswahili mingi ya kuambia sasa hii 2 million wewe yako ni 700, ingine ingia kwa account. So it is easier to deal with this foreigner because they're in a foreign country, they will comply easily than dealing with you. Is that the situation?
I think we can only speculate, to be honest, Dennis, and I like your line of reasoning. What we would say, because I have no evidence of that, what we would say is that for a fact we have very unfair labor injustices meted against Kenyan engineers, and we are not hostile to our colleagues who are from other nations. Every time we are having we're dining and we're friends and all that, we are saying please comply with the law. When it says 75% of workers when your foreign firm must be Kenyans, please comply. When it says 20% of senior management, if you're a foreign firm working in Kenya, infrastructure space, let them be Kenyans. Let's comply. When it says let us see effective technology transfer, skills transfer, mentorship, so that if we do SGR from Mombasa to Naivasha using foreign expertise, from Naivasha to Western Kenya, we do not still depend on them because we have had effective technology transfer. Let me tell you what happened with that particular project. The guys who did the project finished. There was an expectation they will transfer knowledge to Kenyans, and therefore operations will be done by Kenyans. They refused. They started hiding the codes, what needs to be used to access some of the critical areas. When responsible Kenyans realized that, they raised the matter. Permits were withdrawn. They were forced to comply. So therefore, when we went to the State Department of Immigration yesterday and raised issues, we knew they have done it before. They have helped Kenyans to get on the decks with SGR, for instance, when the foreigners were refusing to give them the right to maintain and operate the system. So we are saying we have no hostility whatsoever. We are saying comply with the law, and voila, 10,000 opportunities are available for Kenyan engineers.
Shama, there is a question that one would ask in terms of your responsibility in making sure that the Kenyan engineers, the qualified engineers as well, play by the rules. And why do I say that? I'll give you an example. If you get off Ngong Road, join Naivasha Road, one would say, hii barabara ilitengenezwa na the Japanese, and you can see the quality of work that was done here. You enter Naivasha Road and one just says, in Kenya, they did not even think about the drainage or the quality of the work being done. As an institution, in terms of ensuring that the trust is there, that Kenyans believe that our engineers can do this, what are you doing to remedy the situation where Kenyans themselves do not trust that our local engineers can deliver?
Wow.
There's always that argument to just add to Aseto's point that Wakenya wanapenda shortcuts.
Wow.
So where you need to professionally do something that is up to international quote-unquote standards. We take shortcut because you want to save on the money and the budget that you've been given.
Yeah. That's a very good question. I think we are actively involved in what we call continuous professional development, lifelong learning for our members, so that we equip them with the relevant skills. And one critical element of what we go through is actually professional ethics. We have a code of ethics for professional. And this is put in place to make sure that we comply to certain standards. We have, I've been involved in development of the building code, which is a standard in the building sector. We have just done road design manuals, which is a standard in the road sector. And there's work going on in water manual and sanitation manual. These standards are there so that we can spillate, for example. And when you walk in the European countries, you see a road, it is a place, there's a place for cycling, there's a place for walking, and stuff like that.
Sidewalks and pavements,
part of what we have done in development of the new standard is to make sure that when the road users, if cars are only 13% and people walking are 40%, then factor in the majority users of that road.
When?
So that you don't do, at design stage.
No, I'm saying when is that actually going to be implemented?
No, we have just finalized the road design manuals, which now factor in some of those things that we consider cycling lanes. We are considering walking lanes and all that because we want to be a healthy nation. Because a mistake we make is you design a road, you design for 13% user, which is a car, and you don't think about the 40% user, which is a person walking. You understand what I'm saying? So the new road design manuals are there to make sure we factor in a couple of elements like road safety. We have seen road accidents and all that.
And these are new, we're talking about 2025?
We're talking about 25 when the road design manual was commissioned.
So can you see that this is where the problem is? That even the country itself is saying that we have the folks who are design experts who are not taking some things into consideration, and so that's why we're going to hire somebody from outside the country.
No, you're wrong.
I'm asking if that could be a reason as to why.
That should not be the reason.
Why?
That could not be the reason. Look, some of these things, the country we have public participation, whatnot. And science and technology is advancing. We are not coming from zero. We were revising the road design manuals. We were not coming from zero on building code. We had building code 1968, which was talking about imperial units, foot, inches, which we also gazetted this year with the building code 2024, which is new. It incorporates new developments in science. You can imagine from 1968, new developments in green buildings, sustainability and stuff like that. It doesn't mean we are coming from zero. We are coming from where? So even the road design manuals, we are not coming from zero. We are coming from somewhere. Am I communicating? So because science is evolving and we keep on improving, so now the new manuals incorporate some of these factors. And we are talking about sustainable design, sustainability. We are talking about health living and stuff like that. So some of these improvements, they are actually just improving what was existing.
There, and it's also something for some people to take into consideration. All right. I mean, a longer conversation, obviously, that can be had. We're looking into Kenya's infrastructure boom and why Kenyan engineers might be left behind. I think some of those things have come out clearly. Engineer Shama Kiteme is the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Has been our guest this hour. Thank you for being here this morning with us. Asante sana. And thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room this morning. Have yourselves a wonderful day. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Leah Obang. The impeachment trial against Kericho Governor Eric Mutai continues at the Senate. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has started by giving directions on how the session will be conducted.
Now, Honorable Senators, we at the adjournment of proceedings yesterday, we were still hearing the evidence from the County Assembly. The witness